Yeah, we lost against them all the time.
Yeah, this is my sixth, fifth time appearance.
Mhm.
Well, it's more than that, but it's fifth year because you come up twice this year. Like I'll be here in two. Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
we'll
two
all
days.
be here.
Oh, I better get my reservations straight.
We just found that out like 2 days ago. I think it's the
So it's gonna be June.
no, it'll be 27th and 28th. Nope. Oh no, my bad. Right. It's gonna be the 25th, 26th. 25th, 26th is when we're gonna be here for that race.
For what?
They have to qualify, right?
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah. But they have to qualify, right, on the 18th? The 17th is the
I'm
final.
gonna be able to come up here two more times. Is that
Yes.
wonderful?
Gas up.
It's amazing because they missed Easter. They were back east for Easter, and now Mother's Day. Well, most people are back to yeah.
Yeah, it still says enrollment in the Western Sprints. In the schools, they haven't changed that. And then the IRA is the 31st, 1st, and 2nd. That's championships. But I think Taja says they have to qualify the Western Sprints in order to, which they did. They did that last
Yeah,
year.
they do well. I think that's a big thing.
Right, right, yep.
I'm
So,
not superstitious, but all right, get in
no, no, no. Totally believe it. Let's not talk anymore.
Finding some wood and not
I know,
burning it. I got
right?
it up here.
There we go. Um, yeah, I looked to see the start of that race yesterday, but it looked like they didn't tape the first.
That was weird.
Yeah.
On the water radio check. One,
I wanted to see if somebody was
two,
taking the cameras.
3, 4,
Yeah.
5.
They only did like lane 3, 4, and 5. That's it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't even see that.
So when they came out, I was like, oh my gosh.
Radio check.
And then I
1,
saw that in
2,
lane 1, I went, wait a
3,
minute, we didn't allow a
4,
mistart.
5.
And then they got going. They had a
Okay, okay.
so miss start they still pulled at 5:59. So all that matters is just win, baby. get a data boy on this. I mean, if I can see at least 2 races, then it's worth it.
Top of the hill radio check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That's cool. We don't want them to know about us. We want to like just kind of come in, detail on us.
Yeah, because, you know, we're not even ranked top 25 or 26 or 27 in 2 different
Oh, we really?
things. Yeah, so
Good. That's where we want to be.
I don't want to be first all year. I just want to be
Exactly. Just when it counts.
soccer. All about peak. And that's where better conditions is gorgeous. This is where tech, this is where we do well. This is good tech. It's the waves in Philadelphia weren't the greatest.
Oh, that was quick. Did you go or you
No, I watched.
How did you watch that race? Was it also?
No, you know what? No, I couldn't watch it.
Yeah,
I couldn't. I had to get
tried
it.
and
Yeah.
tried.
I got another race that was on somewhere back in, so I saw how the weather conditions were horrible. And killed.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the second day of racing at the 2019 WIRA Championships. Please come out to the shores, remove your hats for the playing of our nation's anthem.
Well, I thought it was rainy and windy and choppy, but we still did pretty good considering.
Yeah, we are. So the problem is that we didn't have an official video.
Good to see ya. So when does he come down? Well, not before, you know, like it should be close. You know what? I'll swing by.
123 Main Street.
Coach?
No, I'm just
Oh, that's good. That's good. Oh, yeah.
The first two are the real big ones. Yeah, it was.
might be fine with it, or what I could do is maybe just carve it up and run a power sander over it. It would feel like a little indentation. That's all. It's like a big on the underside. So I'm thinking one.
I can see it.
But then on the other hand, it might be a safety. It might catch it in your hand and get sliver. So keep your hands off it until I get there. I'll bring the buffalo.
All right, but
There's another regatta next weekend.
Okay.
They're the bigger sellers.
Yeah.
College kids are all broke.
Well, the other thing about college is probably
Yeah. Oh, you know what?
you know what laser is?
That those little radio controlled pieces machines.
Are they small?
Well, any unit when you go into a store, you tap out
Oh yeah.
your card on it.
Oh, we could.
Well, this is a cellular one,
Oh.
and when we go down there, we have a friend in
Yeah, that's gonna get your first passage. Yeah, I think that's
It's just before Carlsbad. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, it was that's why I asked you. He didn't know he had it, and it was basically on my nightstand. And I've been packing everything, when you're packing, when I was packing my stuff up, his wife said to me, oh, by the way, you want to get some more? He gave me a bunch of beautiful yellow lines. Oh, and I went up to my feet and picked out and forgot all about it. I'm in the truck, all the way home. I'm unpacking it, and I better find that piece. You know, they're not like $100. Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen, and coaches and athletes, good morning and welcome to the second day of racing here at the Western Intercollegiate Rowing Association Championships at beautiful Lake Natoma in Rancho Cordova, California. We're going to see the racing today for the finals for all the events that ran as heats yesterday, and many of these events will produce the medals that these crews eagerly seek. Before we start the announcing today, I'd like to give a special thanks to all the folks at the Sacramento State Aquatic Center, especially Cindy and Brian Dalgar for all the work they do to help make this event happen. U.S. Rowing for all the referees that help me. The California State Park System for making the venue available, and the United States Bureau of Reclamation for controlling the water flows through the dam to give equal race to the lanes. Adrian McConnell will be calling the first 1,000 meters on the course. I'll be calling the second 1,000 from up atop of Rattlesnake Hill, and we'll be turning it over to her shortly here for the first race of the day.
Where is he?
right up there by that tree. He just ducked in towards the tree. Saw me pointing.
You're so bad.
Well, that's the tree right top center. He's on the bottom left-hand side of that. Under the second under the I'm not kidding. No, I'm not kidding.
thank you, Bob, for the introduction. We will begin racing with the men's Novice 4 B-level final. In Lane 1, the University of Southern California. Lane 2, Pacific Lutheran University. Lane 3, the University of Puget Sound. Lane 4, Long Beach. Lane 5, Orange Coast. And Lane 6, Sonoma State. Actually, we have a correction here. Racing will begin with the men's Varsity 8 B-Level Petite Final. In Lane 1, UC Davis. Lane 2, the University of San Diego. Lane 3, Western Washington. Lane 4, Washington State. Lane 5, San Diego State. And Lane 6, San Diego State. We're close to the start for the men's Varsity 8 Petite Final.
And good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. We have a start to our first race of the morning. This is the men's Varsity 8 B-Level Final or Petite Level Final. We have 6 boats on the course, and we have a couple of crews that have a very quick start and have jumped out to push their bow in front. Right now, I'm looking at Lane 4, Washington State. They had an excellent start and have really just shot off the line to match the speed of Lane 1, UC Davis. Those are your top 2 crews right now, Washington State and UC Davis out in Lane 1. In the third place position, we're going to move over to Lane 2. That's University of San Diego. They have about 1 seat over our 4th place crew from Western Washington. So top 4 boats already at 500 meters down. They have open water over San Diego's. And just shy of 750 meters, we've got Lane 1, UC Davis, moving into the lead. They have a 6-seat advantage over Washington State. Washington State still looking very strong, flanking Western Washington and University of San Diego. So those 2 crews, Western Washington, University of San Diego, dead even. Relative speed between UC Davis and Washington State has not changed as we approach 1,000 meters to go. UC Davis still looking at a first place position, but Washington State now on the move. Just shy of 1,000 meters in, Washington State taking a couple of seats away from UC Davis's lead. Western Washington and University of San Diego almost dead even with each other, but now I'm going to give a slight advantage to University of San Diego, maybe by half a seat. San Diego State still a little bit off the back, down by about 2 lengths of open water. 1,000 meters to go.
Oh, there we go.
And thank you, Adrian, for that early call here. The petite final for the men's varsity 8's now past 1,000 meters. And as you heard, it's the 2 leaders are lanes 1 and 4, UC Davis and Washington State. So the Cougars from Washington State finding a bigger challenge now from the Aggies in lane 1. So UC Davis trying to assert themselves here a little bit more forcefully as they come into the third 500 meters. Washington State hanging tough with Davis. Behind Washington State are the 2 teams from University of San Diego and Western Washington. Now trailing in 5th place, backed by several boat lengths of open water, is San Diego State. They are in 5th place here as they cross 1,250 meters. The race to watch is between Davis and Washington State. This is the petite final, meaning the winner of the event can claim 7th place overall among the varsity 8s. 500 meters to go at the markers. It will be UC Davis across the line first, followed by Washington State closely, and then too close to call between University of San Diego and Western Washington as they duke it out bow ball to bow ball with 400 meters to go. It's Davis, Washington State, and then anyone's guess at this point between San Diego and Western Washington, with San Diego State trailing in 5th. Along the shore, Davis coming into the last 350 meters by the platform. Washington State 4 lanes over, chasing hard. And now Western Washington working out to a very slight advantage ahead of University of San Diego by about a deck. But it's the UC Davis Aggies in the lead by 4 seats with 250 to go. Washington State right there, though, followed by Western Washington, University of San Diego, and then San Diego State. This is going to get closer at the finish line as Washington State tries to pull in the Aggies with 100 meters to go.
Come on, UCD. Come on! Come on, boys! Come on! Go
And here comes the finish, unofficially. That was UC Davis. They rounded it off with the first place finish, followed by Washington State in 2nd, Western Washington in 3rd, San Diego in 4th, and San Diego State coming in 5th. That was the finish for the men's Varsity 8 Petite Final. Our next race will now be the grand final for the men's Varsity 8. In lane 1, UC San Diego. Lane 2, Gonzaga University. Lane 3, Santa Clara. Lane 4, UC Irvine. Lane 5, UC Santa Barbara. And lane 6, Orange Coast College. We are getting ready for the start for the men's Varsity 8 Grand Final.
I think I have that down by now. 7, maybe 6. I know.
Did you know what pizza flush?
Oh, God. I'm out. Hey, wait. Oh, so we have lane 1. The start and finish are worth watching. The speed on the water is not very good.
I guess the IRA did last year. They had a drone pilot who was working over there.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh.
he was flying back and forth.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, nice.
Yeah, yeah.
And we have a start for the men's varsity 8 grand final. We've got 6 crews on the water. Last year, Santa Clara took this event in a blazing time, and right now, that crew right down the center of the lane, Santa Clara, looking good. They are our early leader, very early on, just within the first 40 strokes of this race. Right next to them, UC San Diego, also with a quick start, as well as lane 6, Orange Coast College. So we're still within the first 250 meters of this race. We've still got a lot of room for it to shake out, crews to really settle in to their race pace. Right at 250 meters, though, our leader now, UC San Diego.
It looks like they left early.
UC San Diego in lane 1, still holding on to a lead, 1.5 seat advantage over Santa Clara in lane 4, or in lane 3. Santa Clara looking at a 2-seat advantage over lane 2, Gonzaga. So that's your top 3 crews right there. In the 4th place position, we're going to move over to lane 4. That's UC Irvine. UC Irvine sitting 2 seats over Orange Coast College. So Orange Coast sitting in 5th. They have a 4-seat advantage over UC Santa Barbara. UC Santa Barbara in 6th. Just past 500 meters, we still have quite a bit of overlap with these crews. Relative speed between UC San Diego and Santa Clara really hasn't changed that much. UC San Diego is still sitting 2 seats over Santa Clara. Those top 2 boats pushing themselves just a little bit farther away from the rest of the field, but Gonzaga right there with them. So Gonzaga sitting in 3rd. They have about a 4-seat advantage over UC Irvine. Irvine in 4th, Orange Coast College in 5th, UC Santa Barbara in 6th. UC San Diego, very aggressive rowing here, just shy of 1,000 meters in. I have them clocked at 38 strokes a minute. Santa Clara, 37. So Santa Clara in 2nd. They have a 3-seat advantage right now over Gonzaga. And those top 3 crews looking for open water over the rest of the field at the halfway point. UC Irvine still in 4th, sitting 1 seat, and now Santa Barbara making a big move to push themselves into 5th and overtake Orange Coast College. So Orange Coast College slipping back to 6th.
Well, Adrian, I agree with you on those stroke rates. I clocked lane 1, UC San Diego. At one point, they were hitting 40 strokes per minute. They've settled back down now to the 37 that you got on your stroke watch, and they are hanging tough with that rate. They are not giving much water away here, and they're keeping the stroke rate high. This race is actually getting tighter as it comes down the course. So lane 1, UC San Diego, lane 2, Gonzaga, and Santa Clara, last year's defending champion. It is getting tighter and tighter as they come down the course. The trailing 3 boats from Irvine, Santa Barbara, and Coast are almost about a stern deficit back from these 3 leaders. It is Santa Barbara moving into 4th, however. They have solidified that position. Now back to the leaders. Santa Clara continues in the lead, but hot on their heels is lane 1, the Tritons from UC San Diego. Gonzaga hanging tough here as they try to stay in the mix and not any water. but Gonzaga down about 4 seats from the leader, Santa Clara. Now, as these boats approach 1,500 meters, we'll make the call, but I'm telling you, this is not going to be a cakewalk for Santa Clara. And first across at 500 to go, it's UC San Diego. UC San Diego now taking the lead away from Santa Clara. Gonzaga also making a move right now and moving up even with Santa Clara. It's UC San Diego, Gonzaga, and then Santa Clara as we come into the last 400 meters. Santa Clara still hanging tough. They've got contact with Gonzaga, but Gonzaga getting up about 1 or 2 seats here with 3:50 to go. But along the shore, UC San Diego working out to an even greater advantage. They have almost a boat length now. Santa Barbara in 4th, Irvine in 5th, and Coast in 6th. 2:50 to go. It's UC San Diego. Dead even now, Gonzaga and Santa Clara for the silver medal. But it's the Tritons from UC San Diego in that gold medal position as they come into the last 200. And now Santa Clara up by a quarter deck. Santa Clara by a quarter deck for the silver medal. But Gonzaga now responding. It's going to be a photo finish for the silver medal. But the gold is going to go to UC San Diego. And here they come.
That was the finish. That was the men's Varsity 8 Grand Final.
Way to go, boys! Woo! Wow. Nice. 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 Oh, me screaming.
I ruined it. I was yelling.
There wasn't a lot of energy in the celebration.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
They didn't have anything.
Yeah, he's white hat. Yeah, he's in there. 17.
There wasn't a peep out of anyone.
Great. Great. Soccer mom voice hasn't come out since 5. I'm right. Oh, good to see you.
Maybe they don't talk
Woo!
about it, you know what I mean? Usually somebody's, hooting or hollering or something.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, right. Thank you. That just maybe the water's good. Yeah. I know.
That tight all the way down.
I'm gonna have to edit out my screaming.
So he's sitting in front of the guy with the white hat.
No, he's the guy with the white hat. He's in the 7th seat.
There you go.
Thank you.
It's taking you
I know,
4 years and you got it.
You know when you're like talking.
This is an interesting sport. 5 minutes, 56 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are close to the start for the petite final for the women's Varsity 8 Division 1 and Open programs. This will be a 2-boat race. In lane 1, Santa Clara, and in lane 2, St. Mary's College.
Santa Clara, we'll have you come to the beach for your awards. UC San Diego, go ahead and follow them. Gonzaga, as soon as you're finishing your cool-down lap, go ahead and bring you to the beach for your awards.
You want to give him the trophy?
Yeah,
You can go ahead.
head coach is coming over. That's coming over.
Okay. Wow. That's great. Oh, they're gonna give you.
Yeah. 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 They usually walk up to the first.
Oh, yeah.
UC San Diego, go ahead and bring it to the line. Or bring it to the beach here.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have a start to the petite final for the women's varsity 8 for Division 1 and open programs. This is just a 2-boat petite final with Santa Clara in lane 2. Both boats off to a good start, and we're just coming through the breakage point. But right off the bat, it is St. Mary's getting out to a quick start with already a 5-seat advantage over Santa Clara. Boats just coming through their beginning strokes here, where they start out with a very high stroke rate and then they settle down into a race pace. Right now that pace for St. Mary's is a 37. They've maybe dropped it down to a 36. Santa Clara also at 35 strokes a minute. We're just shy of 500 meters in, and St. Mary's doing a good job just taking 1 seat almost every stroke. At this point, they've moved themselves out to a 7-seat advantage over Santa Clara. 2-boat races are tough. You don't have as much action around you. It's really more of a head game, and it's just really enacting that race plan and putting all the pieces together to ensure that you stay within your boat and you're not reacting to what the other boat is doing, but following your race plan to the best of your abilities. Both of these crews doing a nice job staying within contact to each other, their blades moving into the water almost at the same time. 500 meters down, St. Mary's still sitting there with 6 seats over Santa Clara. Good tenacious rowing here by Santa Clara. They have not let St. Mary's get any farther ahead of them. And I have both crews clocked at 35 strokes a minute. St. Mary's still with the lead, now by 7 seats over Santa Clara. Santa Clara maybe with a little bit higher stroke rate and maybe a little bit less power behind the oar. St. Mary's with lots of swing and length as they come into 750 meters gone. That's really working for them as they have just inched themselves a little bit farther away from Santa Clara. But Santa Clara holding tight here. These two crews, Santa Clara and St. Mary's, they'll see each other again in a couple of weeks at the West Coast Conference Championships here at Lake Natoma. So in some ways, maybe this is a preview of what that race could entail. Both of these crews very strong in that conference. And right now, St. Mary's doing a nice job enacting that race plan. Just shy of 1,000 meters, they have about a stern advantage over Santa Clara.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you heard, the petite final for the women's Varsity 8 Division 1 and Open is now on the course, approaching 1,250 meters. A 2-boat race with St. Mary's continuing in the lead. Stroke for stroke, both these crews coming in at the same stroke rate. The difference here is that as they come into the third 500, St. Mary's extending their lead just a little bit more. But I got to give a lot of credit to the Broncos from Santa Clara, as they are hanging tough and continuing to show a lot of spirit here in the race. As you heard Adrian say, 2-boat races are hard. It's like you're at Henley and you know someone's in the lead and someone isn't. So staying in your boat, staying on focus, can make all the difference in how the race outcome prevails. So here is Santa Clara showing a lot of toughness, hanging tough with St. Mary's as they pass 1,250 meters. Now the St. Mary's boat is swinging nice, bump the rate a little bit more to take a little bit more water away from Santa Clara. Santa Clara is still matching the stroke rate, but St. Mary's is getting a little more swing to bow, and that's giving them a little bit more momentum as they come into the release. We'll give you the next call as they approach 1,500 meters. And with 500 to go, it is St. Mary's at 37 strokes per minute. Santa Clara now down. They've lengthened a little bit more. They're down to a 33 to 34 stroke per minute rating as they come into the last 400. This is the petite final. That means the winner of this event can claim 7th place overall among the women's Division I and Open 8s. And those are the Gales from St. Mary's now coming into the last 350 meters, followed by about a length open water back by the Broncos from Santa Clara University as they come into the last home stretch here of this petite final. Okay, 200 meters to go now for St. Mary's in the petite final here as they have a commanding lead at this point with plenty of open water. But Santa Clara is still rowing very strongly as they both bring it to the line here as we conclude the petite final for the women's Division I Open 8s. Again, St. Mary's about to hit the finish line first, followed by Santa Clara University.
Here's the finish. This is the women's Varsity 8 petite level final. First across the line was St. Mary's College, followed by Santa Clara. Our next race will be the grand final for the women's Varsity 8s, Division I, and Open programs. In Lane 1, Stanford Lightweights. Lane 2, San Diego State University. Lane 3, the University of San Diego. Lane 4, Loyola Marymount University. Lane 5, Sacramento State. And Lane 6, the University of Portland. That is the next race on deck, the women's Varsity 8 Division I and Open programs grand final. We turn it over to Adrian on the water for the race call.
And we have a start to the Women's Varsity 8 Grand Final for Division I and Open programs. We've got 6 boats on the course. In this event last year, the Stanford Lights were the winner. And right now we're looking at a good challenge to Stanford coming out of lane 2, San Diego State. So Stanford Lights and San Diego State, those are your top 2 boats right now. Again, very early on, we're within the first 30 strokes of this race. But both of those crews with blazing starts right out of the gate. San Diego State with a very slight advantage. Back in the 3rd place position is going to be University of San Diego. They're down to San Diego State and Stanford Lights by about 4 seats. 4th, we're going to move over to lane 5, Sacramento State. They're sitting 1 seat over Loyola Marymount, and then Loyola Marymount 3 seats over our 6th place crew, University of Portland. All crews approaching the first 500 meters, and right now our leader is going to change up. It is Stanford Lightweight sitting with 3 seats over San Diego State. At 500 meters, it will be Stanford with their bow first across that marker. They now have a 6-seat advantage over San Diego State. I've got Stanford clocked at 37 strokes a minute. San Diego State at 35. Lots of swing and power in that San Diego State boat as they inch themselves just a little bit farther away from the University of San Diego. So USD still in that 3rd place position, sitting down to San Diego State by about 3 seats. Sacramento State right there too. They're in that 4th place spot, 3 seats down to University of San Diego. 5th, it continues to be Loyola Marymount. They have a 4-seat advantage over University of Portland. So still quite a bit of overlap between all of the boats at 750 meters. But it is lane 1, the Cardinal, Stanford Lightweights looking for open water before the 1,000 meter mark. I see the coxswain looking across at the bow ball of that San Diego State boat. She's asking for that open water, and now she's got it. 1 seat of open for Stanford Lightweights over San Diego State. But San Diego State, they're in a little bit of trouble there in that 2nd place position as the Toreros for the University of San Diego are on a tear to try and bring themselves level with the Aztecs. These 2 crews, San Diego State and University of San Diego, they are pushing each other so hard that they have pushed themselves out to about a 1-length advantage over the rest of the field. There goes Stanford across the 1,000-meter line. They are followed by San Diego State with 1 seat now over University of San Diego. Sac State still in 4th. They have 1 length over Loyola Marymount. Loyola Marymount bow to stern over University of Portland.
Well, thank you, Adrian, for that early call. And folks, as you heard, the winner last year were the Stanford Lightweight women, and right now they're looking golden again. Just something about those lightweight women from Stanford. They're on fire. They're busting a move, and they have opened it up here in the middle 1,000 as they've put their strength to weight advantage to work as they keep working away from the other teams. Now, San Diego State University last year, they got 2nd place in this event, and they're in a real catfight right now for that 2nd place position between themselves and their crosstown rivals, University of San Diego. Sacramento State continues in 4th. They've worked out to about a stern advantage ahead of Loyola Marymount. Loyola took 3rd in this event last year. Right now they're in 5th place. And in the trailing position, University of Portland down about 6 seats from Loyola. As we approach 1,500 meters, it continues to be the lightweight women from Stanford in the lead, continuing to push. And there they go across the 1,500 meter line at 36 strokes per minute. Stanford women, and now in 2nd place, University of San Diego, moving into the 2nd place position ahead of San Diego State. Stanford women along the shore looking really smooth here, crisp blade work. Not a single error that I've seen so far, just really sharp looking blade work. But the University of San Diego, that's the overtake story here, as they made a big move and surprised San Diego State and have moved into that silver medal position with 350 meters to go. It's the Stanford lightweight women, University of San Diego State, then Sacramento State, followed by Loyola, and then University of Portland here in the grand final of the women's Division I and open programs. Those Stanford lightweight women once again dominating the field. University of San Diego women making that big move with 500 to go to overtake San Diego State. That puts them in the silver medal position. San Diego State holds bronze medal position with Sacramento State chasing in fourth. Here comes that finish, and it's golden for the Stanford lightweight women.
And it is the Cardinals with the gold medal finish here. The University of San Diego for the silver, San Diego State for the bronze. Those are your medalists for the Women's Varsity 8 Division I and Open Programs Grand Final.
Coxswains, we'll have you come to the beats in this order: San Diego State, University of San Diego, and Stanford Lightweights. Coxswains, we'll bring you to the awards beats. San Diego State, University of San Diego, and Stanford Lightweights.
We are getting ready for the start for the Women's Varsity 8 Division II, Division III, and Club Programs C-Level Final. In Lane 1, Chico State. Lane 2, Pacific University. Lane 3, the University of Oregon. Lane 4, Humboldt State. Lane 5, the Cal Lightweights. And Lane 6, Long Beach State. The next race, getting ready for the start, the women's Varsity 8, Division 2, Division 3, and Club Programs C-Level Final.
You will bring it to anywhere after the stairs is fine.
Racing here. This is the C-Level final for the women's Varsity 8 for D2, D3, and club programs. We had a little bit of a delay here as crews were getting set up, so the anxiousness and patience of these ladies is, you know, palpable as they come off of the start. So after sitting there for a little bit longer than planned, they are ready to go. And right now I'm looking at a good move and a good start here by lanes 1 and 3. Chico State and Oregon really coming off the line quickly and pushing themselves away from the rest of the field. So right now our leader will be Chico State. They have a 3-seat advantage over the University of Oregon. University of Oregon sitting 3 seats over lane 2, over lane 2 Pacific University. At 250 meters in. In 4th place, we're going to move over to lane 6. That's Long Beach State. They have about a start advantage over Cal Lights in lane 4. But great moves here by Chico State. They have really taken advantage of this glassy water and maybe that little bit of extra time there at the start to regroup. And they now have pushed themselves down to 1 seat of open water advantage. Down to Oregon by a couple of seats. Cal Lights just a little bit off the back. They're down by about 1 length of open water. They're in that 5th place position. .500 meters in. Chico State doing a nice job now with almost 1 length of open water over Pacific. Pacific trying to push themselves a little bit farther away from both Oregon and Long Beach State. Long Beach State now in that 3rd place position, 1 seat over University of Oregon. A little bit more of an elevated stroke rate coming out of that Chico State boat. They are just at 750 meters gone. I have them clocked at 38 strokes a minute, so very aggressive here, even though they have quite a comfortable lead, about 1.5 lengths of open water. It looks like they're not really leaving anything on the table as they approach the halfway markers. They're going to make sure that they win this final with a lot of determination and aggressiveness. They're doing a nice job, blades in the water at the same time, lots of swing, lots of length. Great job by this club program from Chico State. The team on the move as we approach the halfway point is lane 6, Long Beach State. Long Beach just kind of inching themselves a little bit further into Pacific's 2nd place position, and they have now overtaken Pacific to move into that 2nd place spot. Pacific moving back to 3rd. They are sitting bow to stern over the University of Oregon. Cal Lights still in 5th. 1,000 meters to go. This is the C-level final for the women's varsity 8 for D2, D3 club program.
Meet us at the award speech here.
Well, Adrian, I agree with your calls here. From high atop Rattlesnake Hill, the team from Chico State doing a super job here in this C-level final as they continue to take water. Now, it's easy for a crew to get out in front and then what coaches call sit on a lead, but that's not the case with Chico State. They keep taking water, which shows a lot of composure on their part, and they're sticking to their race plan. So really good racing here coming out of lane 1, Chico State. The outside lane, Long Beach State, they continue to be on the move as well as they continue to take water away from both Pacific University and the University of Oregon. Now, University of Oregon had a bit of a strong start, but they're struggling a bit now as they find themselves in a real close race with Pacific University. But it's Chico State in the lead, followed by Long Beach State. And the trailing program is going to be the UC Berkeley Lightweights in 5th of this C-level final. As we approach 1,500 meters, I've got to give a shout out to Pacific University as they take on Oregon. Oregon's been around for almost 50 years with their rowing program, but Pacific University is making that not look like it is. They go bow ball to bow ball with them and battle for a better position here in the C-level final. First across the markers, all by themselves with plenty of open water, it will be Chico State. On the outside, Long Beach following in 2nd, and then a close race between Pacific University and the University of Oregon, followed by the Cal Lightweights. Now, the winner of this event can claim 13th place overall among the Division 2, 3, and club programs. Chico at 36 strokes per minute. Long Beach State at 35. And then Pacific University in Oregon in this C-level final. Bow ball to bow ball still as they come into the last 350 meters. Pacific University started their program only a few years ago, and they're giving the Ducks a run for their money. Ducks here with under new coaching, and they've got a bit of a struggle on their hands as they come in the last 350. As now Pacific University overtakes Oregon and really starts taking water away from the Ducks. .200 meters to go. It is Chico State, followed by Long Beach State, and Pacific University in that third place finish here for the C-level final of the women's Division II, Division III, and club programs. Here comes Chico State. We'll turn it over to Aaron at the finish line.
Our next race will be the women's Varsity 8, Division II, Division III Club Petite Level Final.
And we turn our attention back up to the start for the petite level final for the women's Varsity 8. These are Division II, III, and club programs. We've got 6 boats on the water. In lane 1, Pacific Lutheran. Lane 2, Puget Sound. Lane 3, UC Davis. Lane 4, Mills. Lane 5, Washington State. And lane 6, Lewis and Clark. And we're just at about 350 meters gone, and University of Puget Sound in lane 2 has pushed themselves out to that early lead. They are sitting right next to the Division III rival, Pacific Lutheran. Those 2 boats pushing each other so hard that they now have about a length of open water over the rest of the field. Right now, slight advantage for the lead is going to be Puget Sound by 2 seats over Pacific Lutheran. At 500 meters. Mark. Now back in the 3rd place position, we're going to move over to lane 3. That's UC Davis. UC Davis sitting 3 seats over Lewis and Clark. Lewis and Clark sitting 2 seats over Washington State. And then that would be in the 5th place position, that is actually Mills College. And then Mills sitting with 1 length over Washington State. But back to our leaders, as Pacific Lutheran just kind of stalked the lead of Puget Sound, they are now sitting with a 2-seat advantage over Puget Sound. So a little bit of a switch around here at 750 meters. Maybe a little bit more patience in the Pacific Lutheran boat right off of the start. Puget Sound had a really hard start, jumped out of the gates, but Pacific Lutheran was patient, and they now are pushing themselves, just inching themselves a little bit farther away, right before the 1,000-meter line. Both of these boats with about 2 lengths of open water over the rest of the field. UC Davis continues in 3rd. They have about a stern advantage over both Mills College and Lewis and Clark. Lewis and Clark and Mills even. Getting some stroke rates here on our lead boats. And at 1,000 meters to go, Pacific Lutheran continues to extend their lead now with 6 seats over Puget Sound. Both of these boats clocked at about 36 strokes a minute. And now here comes UC Davis. UC Davis bow to stern over Lewis and Clark. So Lewis and Clark in 4th. They now have a 2-seat advantage over Mills College. Mills College half a boat length of open water over Washington State.
Well, Adrian, one thing I've been watching here as this petite final comes down the lake is lane 1, Pacific Lutheran. They've got more ratio going on in their boat. They're spending a little bit more time on the recovery and letting the boat run beneath them, and that's paying off very well for Pacific Lutheran. Even though their stroke rate for stroke rate matched with Puget Sound's recovery is shorter, Pacific Lutheran's is longer, and that's yielding more boat speed and run in between strokes. Now, folks, you've got 2 boats way out in front here. It's lanes 1 and 2, Pacific Lutheran and Puget Sound. Then you got a lot of open water back to the 3rd place crew. That's UC Davis. Davis being chased on the outside by Lewis and Clark. Lewis and Clark in 4th. Then we come back inside to Mills and, Washington State. No, correction, that is Mills. And then the club program from Washington State University. A really spread out pack here. The winner of this race can claim 7th place overall among the women's Division II, Division III, and club programs. We'll give you the next call here right at 1500. Well, there they are at 1500, and it continues to be Pacific Lutheran extending their lead now to a full 2 seats open water over Puget Sound. Again, Pacific Lutheran swinging a little longer, taking a little bit more time on the recovery, and it's working beautifully for them as they come into the last 400 meters with an open water advantage over Puget Sound. 3rd place continues to be the Aggies from UC Davis, my alma mater. The Aggies looking good here in 3rd place as they hold off Lewis and Clark on the outside. Then back inside to Mills College for 5th. And finally, the club program from Washington State. Give a shout out for your crews here, folks. Petite final now finishing for the women's Division II, III, and club programs. And it's all about Pacific Lutheran, followed by Puget Sound, with UC Davis chasing as we turn it over to Aaron at the finish line.
This is the finish for the women's Varsity 8 D2, D3 club programs petite final. That was Pacific Lutheran first across the line. Second was the University of Puget Sound. And UC Davis for 3rd. Lewis and Clark coming in 4th. Mills in 5th and Washington State in 6th. These crews just raced for ranking 7 through 12 for the women's Varsity 8 D2, D3 club programs. The next race will be the grand final for the women's Varsity 8 Division 2, Division 3, and club programs in Lane 1, Central Oklahoma. Lane 2, UC San Diego.
And we have a start here in the women's Varsity 8 grand final for Division 2, 3, and club programs. We've We've got Central Oklahoma in lane 1. They are the defending Division II national champion. We've got UC San Diego, a perennial powerhouse in Division II as well. Seattle Pacific hoping to make a return to that national stage for the first time since 2011. They are hoping to get to that NCAA national championship. UC Santa Barbara, also a club program with a lot of depth and expertise. They are always at the top of the ACRA polls. Humboldt State, also a couple of time national champion in 2012 and 2013. Western Washington with a streak of national championships under their belt. So these crews are gunning for each other. There is a lot at stake in this race, but again, they will see each other further down the road in the season. Right now, I'm looking at an excellent start here from lane 2, UC San Diego. They are your early leader with a 5-seat advantage over lane 1, Central Oklahoma. In the third place position, it will be lane 3, Seattle Pacific. They are sitting 2 seats over UC Santa Barbara. UC Santa Barbara and Humboldt State even. Western Washington in 6th. 500 meters down, and UC San Diego still with that lead, 5 seats now over Central Oklahoma. Central Oklahoma sitting 7 seats over Seattle Pacific, and Humboldt State drawing even with Seattle Pacific for that third place spot. UC Santa Barbara right there as well, so really tight racing here between Seattle Pacific, Santa Barbara, and Humboldt State. Western Washington still in 6th, down to Humboldt State by about 7 seats. .37 strokes a minute for UC San Diego. They are still sitting with that 5-seat lead over Central Oklahoma, so relative speed between those two boats really hasn't changed, but they definitely are a little bit quicker than the rest of the field as both those boats have pushed themselves out to a 1-length lead over the rest of the field. But now I'm going to look at lane 5, Humboldt State. They have pushed their bow a little bit farther into Central Oklahoma's lead. UC San Diego still in that top spot. Central Oklahoma on the move, but then so is Humboldt State. So Humboldt State now in 3rd. They're sitting 2 seats over UC Santa Barbara. UC Santa Barbara 1 seat over Seattle Pacific. Seattle Pacific 6 seats over Western Washington. This is a packed field, ladies and gentlemen. As we come to the halfway point, it's really going to have to shake out as these crews are not letting each other go. No one's letting each other get away. There is still contact between all crews. And now it's Central Oklahoma on the move with 1,000 meters to go. They are almost level with UC San Diego.
Well, Adrian, this is turning out to be everything we expected for this grand final with multiple national championship programs in this race. You can expect this kind of racing, and we're seeing it right now as lane 1, Central Oklahoma works to push up even with UC San Diego. Now, they have separated themselves from the pack, as you heard, but we've got close racing across the board in all the lanes. Lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6, all in contact to some degree. In 3rd place, Santa Barbara, and as you heard, Humboldt State continuing to duke it out. But it's that Central Oklahoma boat in lane 1 we're paying close attention to as they challenge the early dominating boat from UC San Diego. Very close between them, still anyone's race for the gold medal at this point between Central Oklahoma and UC San Diego. 3rd place, Santa Barbara continues to work up now a little bit ahead of Humboldt State, but it is close. It could still be Humboldt State for 3rd place, and now Seattle Pacific trying to make a move and move up. Seattle Pacific with new coaching, Andy Derrick, he's turned that program around, and here they are in the hunt for a medal. As we approach 1,500 meters, keeping a close eye on lanes 1 and 2, and then the middle pack now as Seattle Pacific works up even with UC Santa Barbara. There is a lot of movement going on here, folks, as these crews execute their race plans at multiple points on the course. First across the line, 500 to go, it's Central Oklahoma. Central Oklahoma overtaking lane 2, UC San Diego. It's Central Oklahoma now for that lead over UC San Diego. Continuing in 3rd, it's still Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara being chased very closely by Seattle Pacific. We then go back to Humboldt State and Western Washington as they are in the trailing positions now. Seattle Pacific trying hard. They're down 4 seats from Santa Barbara if they want to get a bronze medal. They got to make 4 seats up to move into that podium stand position. Central Oklahoma along the shore, 350 meters to go. 6 seats over UC San Diego. Santa Barbara, 4 seats over Seattle Pacific. On the outside, Western Washington coming alive and now moving up to challenge Seattle Pacific for 4th as they both chase 3rd place Santa Barbara. Central Oklahoma, the defending national champions, working into the last 250 meters as UC San Diego tries to hold on and pull them in, but they are running out of room. Santa Barbara still for the 3rd. Western Washington, Seattle Pacific fighting it out for 4th. Humboldt State trailing in 6th. We're going to give it to Aaron here, but I'm telling you right now, once again, they won it last year. They're about to win it again. Central Oklahoma over UC San Diego and Santa Barbara.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a true grand final race there. That was a close pack for the gold. Central Oklahoma once again. UC San Diego taking the silver and Santa Barbara for the bronze. That was the finish for the women's Varsity 8, Division 2, Division 3, and club programs grand final.
We'll have you bring it to the award speech. We'll have you come in this order, UC Santa Barbara, UC San Diego, and Central Oklahoma.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next race will be the grand final for the men's lightweight 8. In lane 1, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 2, Sacramento State. And lane 3, Sonoma State University.
Santa Barbara, go ahead and come in first. UC San Diego second. And Central Oklahoma will have you come to the beach in that last.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the grand final for the men's lightweight 8 with just 3 boats on the water. UC Santa Barbara in lane 1, Sac State in lane 2, and Sonoma State in lane 3. We've got a quick start here with lane 2, Sac State men getting the best of the field at this early point in the race. So just with about a half a seat advantage over UC Santa Barbara, Sonoma State also right there. So boats fairly even just past the breakage point. At 250 meters, our leader now will come out of lane 1. That's UC Santa Barbara. They're sitting a half a seat over Sac State. Sac State sitting maybe a half a seat over Sonoma State.
Good job, Humboldt!
Well, folks, I'm going to call it from the hill here as Adrian works on her radio quickly. We have 3 boats on the course, the men's lightweight 8. Now, the winner of this event last year was Sonoma State University, hailing from the Petaluma, Santa Rosa area. They were the winners, and right now they are on the course. They're in lane 3. Right now, the race still pretty close here. Again, I'm on top of Rattlesnake Hill, so I'm going to wait till they get a little closer before I make the call, but I can clearly see the leader, UC Santa Barbara, out in front now, pushing up to almost a full length advantage. Following them closely, we do have Sonoma State in lane 3 as these 3 boats come down the course. So lightweight men, 155 pounds, maximum per rower, so a high strength to weight advantage. And with only 3 boats on the course, each crew's got to stay on their game plan to stay in contact and not let this race turn into something real spread out. So right now, all 3 crews doing that as they approach 750 meters. Again, the leader, Santa Barbara, followed by second place Sonoma State as they approach the halfway markers.
Central Oklahoma, you guys can pull up into the area. We're going to walk these guys down.
Santa Barbara rowing at 38 strokes per minute, Sonoma State at 34. So Sonoma State understroking Santa Barbara, but still hanging tough with them. Why is that important? That's important because Sonoma State, later on in the race, could take their stroke rate up and make a move on Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara already being in the 38, how much higher can they go? So right now, Sonoma State is actually seeing that happen as they have pulled even with Santa Barbara. So Sonoma State on the outside lane, lane 3, now in a position to overtake and command this race for the second 1,000 meters. They're just past the halfway markers, and it is Sonoma State in the lead now for the men's lightweight 8s, but close behind them, Santa Barbara, followed by the Sacramento State men. Santa Barbara continuing to work at a higher stroke rate than Sonoma State. Sonoma State swinging a little bit longer, getting a little bit more recovery time, and that's working for them, but they've got to pay attention to that lane 1 Santa Barbara boat as they are charging down the course. And now Santa Barbara overtaking to once again move into that first place position for the men's lightweight 8. So a little back and forth here between Sonoma State and Santa Barbara. With 750 meters to go, we'll pay close attention to lanes 1 and 3. And first across the line at 500 to go, it is Santa Barbara for the men's lightweight 8. So the Gauchos from Santa Barbara in the lead over Sonoma State now by about 6 seats. Santa Barbara still rowing at a more conservative 36.5 strokes per minute. Sonoma State at 32 to 33 right now. They continue to hold off Sacramento State. Sacramento State in 3rd place. They're down about 7 seats from Sonoma State. So with 3 boats on the water for the men's lightweight 8s, it's Santa Barbara, Sonoma State, and Sacramento State coming at you here as they roll into the spectator area. Lightweight rowing at its best here as they come at you. Santa Barbara, get ready to give a shout out to your boys.
Break. So watch here.
250 meters to go, and Santa Barbara will have a gold medal in the men's lightweight event here at the 2019 WIRA Championships. Sonoma State for the silver, Sacramento State for the third, with Sacramento State now charging, trying to pull in Sonoma State. We'll turn it over to Aaron at the finish line for the final call of the men's lightweight eights, and here they come.
Thank you, Bob. As you all heard, this has been a close race between all three crews all along. That was Santa Barbara. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? If you are the driver of a Dodge Durango with Washington license plates BNRZ718 or BPD4020, your Dodge Durango is blocking the roadways and will be cited and/or towed. Please move your vehicle urgently. Again, if you are the driver of a Dodge Durango with Washington license plates, your vehicles are blocking the roadway and will be cited and/or towed. Please move your vehicles.
All boats will bring it to the awards beach on the North Shore.
Santa Barbara!
Our next race will be the men's second varsity 8 grand final. In lane 1, UC Davis. Lane 2, UC San Diego. Lane 3, Gonzaga University. Lane 4, Santa Clara. Lane 5, Orange Coast College. And lane 6, UC Irvine. That is the next race at the start blocks. We are getting ready for the men's second varsity 8 grand final.
And we have had a quick start here in the grand final for the men's 3v8. With only 3 boats on the course, this is really going to be an exciting race as there's quite a bit of contact between all 3 crews. And this early on, we do have an early leader coming out of lane 2. That is UC San Diego. UC San Diego is sitting with a 5-seat advantage over Santa Clara. Santa Clara just 2 seats ahead of UC Santa Barbara. I've got UC San Diego with that aggressive start. I've got them clocked at 38, 39 strokes a minute, and it's working for them as they push themselves out bow to stern over Santa Clara. Santa Clara rowing at 36. They have a 5-seat advantage over UC Santa Barbara. At 500 meters, it is already open water for UC San Diego. The Tritons doing a nice job enacting their race plan, pushing themselves farther away from both Santa Clara and UC Santa Barbara. Still some overlap here between Santa Clara and Santa Barbara, but Santa Clara, with a little bit more power behind the oars, they have inched themselves out to a 7-seat advantage over UC Santa Barbara. So Santa Barbara in 3rd. And at 750 meters, UC San Diego continuing with that lead of now 1 length of open water. I've got them clocked at 36, so race pace has come down just a little bit as they settle into the body of their piece and really putting lots of power behind the oar. Good swing. Those are some really tall guys here, so that little bit of a lower stroke rate is working for them. As they approach the halfway mark, they are taking inches every stroke away from both Santa Clara and UC Santa Barbara. Now the race to watch is between those 2 boats in the 2nd and 3rd position. Santa Barbara Coxon, very aggressive. I can hear her calls, and she is not letting Santa Clara get any farther away from them as they cross over 1,000 meters to go. It is Santa Clara still in that 2nd place position, but they haven't moved any farther away from Santa Barbara. Tenacious rowing by UC Santa Barbara as they continue to hold on to contact with the Broncos.
And again, another 3-boat race, a final for the medals coming at you, ladies and gentlemen. 3 boats, but still great racing here going on. Now, these are the men's 3rd level varsity 8s. That's something every coach wants in their program. They want multiple boats of oarsmen. They want a varsity 8, they want a JV 8, they want a 3V8, and if they can, they want a 4V8. It keeps the program deep, and it keeps everyone working hard. So you're looking at 3 programs here that have done a good job of keeping their ranks of oarsmen deep. UC San Diego, the early leader, continuing to walk away with this race. Right now, there's nobody close to them. They're all by themselves. And I can tell you, they are not sitting on a lead because they keep taking open water. Now, in that silver medal position, it continues to be the Broncos from Santa Clara University down in Santa Clara, California. The Broncos trying hard to pick the Gauchos away, but those Gauchos, they're hanging tough, and they're showing the Broncos that we're not so easy, and we're going to make this tough all the way down the course. Santa Clara making a move right now, just as I said that, and they're going to take a little bit of water from the Gauchos, solidifying even more their silver medal position. All boats are now past the 1,500-meter line, and it is UC San Diego, the Tritons, in a commanding lead here for the men's 3rd level varsity 8s. Long and strong, smooth and in a groove. That's UC San Diego as they bring it into the last 250. They're looking pretty nifty as they come to the line here for the men's 3v8s. They are doing a great job commanding these other two teams here. That bodes well for the future. If I was a coach, I'd be worried about UC San Diego with this kind of depth. Santa Clara continuing in the silver medal position, and UC Santa Barbara in third. We'll give it to Aaron at the finish line to make the final call for the men's 3v8 at the 2019 WIRA Championships.
That was the finish for the men's third Varsity 8 Grand Final. UC San Diego comes in first, Santa Clara second, and Santa Barbara in third.
Since we'll bring it to the awards seat over here on the North Shore.
Way to go, boys! All right! Woo!
Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready for the start for the men's second Varsity 8 Grand Final. In Lane 1, UC Davis. Lane 2, UC San Diego. Lane 3, Gonzaga. Lane 4, Santa Clara. Lane 5, Orange Coast College. And Lane 6, UC Irvine. Those are the lane assignments for the upcoming race, the men's second Varsity 8 Grand Final, now underway. We turn it over to Adrian for the race call as the crews come through the breakage zone.
And we have a start here in the Grand Final for the men's second Varsity 8. 6 boats on the course. And right now our early leader just within the first 30 strokes is UC San Diego. They are the champion from this event last year, and right now doing a great job getting them out to a quick start with a 3-seat advantage over lane 1, UC Davis. So those are your top 4 boats. Quite a bit of overlap here at 250 meters down, as I see a lot of bow balls straight across, but it's sure to shake out as we approach 500 meters in. UC San Diego, UC Davis, those are your top 2 boats. UC San Diego making the better of it, though, with a 5-seat lead over UC Davis. So then I'm looking at lanes 4, 5, and 6, bow balls straight across for that 2nd, 3rd, or 4th position. So again, not a whole lot of movement as the boats charge towards that 500-meter line. Just a little bit off the back will be lane 3, Gonzaga. Gonzaga is slipping back to that 6th place position. But right now, UC San Diego doing a nice job inching themselves just a little bit farther away from the pack. Now I see Orange Coast College coming up even with UC Davis for that 2nd place position. So UC Davis and OCC almost even with each other. And now here is Santa Clara in lane 4, drawing level with those 2 boats. So again, lots of overlap. In lane 6, UC Irvine slipping back into that 5th place position, Gonzaga in 6th. No clear advantage here between UC Davis, Santa Clara, and Orange Coast College. It's too close to call for me between those 3 crews for the 2nd place position. But what is clear is that UC San Diego has extended their lead out now, bow to stern, over the rest of the field. Very tightly packed, though, between UC Davis, Santa Clara, and Orange Coast. I'm going to give a slight advantage for the 2nd place position to Santa Clara. Maybe just by 1 to 2 seats. UC Davis in 3rd now, sitting 1 seat over Orange Coast as we approach the 1,000-meter line. 5th place still belongs to UC Irvine, Gonzaga in 6th.
All boats now past the halfway markers. As you heard from Adrian's call, this is the men's 2nd varsity 8s with UC San Diego in the lead, the defending champion from last year. Now they've already won the men's V8 today, and you just saw them win the men's 3v8. If their 2nd varsity 8 wins this, that is a sweep, and that is a big statement for any rowing program to make. And it continues to be clearly UC San Diego in the lead at 1,250 meters. Very close racing for that silver medal position between UC Davis, Santa Clara, and Orange Coast. It's Davis and Santa Clara. Coast is trailing about 4 seats behind Santa Clara at this point, so Coast in that 4th place position. Irvine in the trailing position as Gonzaga has overtaken them now to move up to the 5th place position here as we approach 1,500 meters. But still, all these boats are pretty close together, and the Davis-Santa Clara race continues to be close, with the advantage going to Santa Clara for silver. At 1,500 meters, it's UC San Diego, all by themselves with a little bit of open water over the 2nd place crew, Santa Clara. Santa Clara over 3rd place, UC Davis. From Orange Coast in lane number 5. Gonzaga moving into 5th, holding off lane number 6, UC Irvine. So Irvine falling back to 6th place, Gonzaga moving up a little bit. Folks, you're about to see a sweep here. If UC San Diego holds on, their men's 8s have dominated the WIRAs in this year. Get the brooms ready, because in only 300 meters, UC San Diego will sweep this, and that is huge. Santa Clara still in the silver medal position, but now Orange Coast just working ahead of Davis. Third place position, but Davis still right there. Separated only about a seat. It's very close between Davis and Coast for that bronze medal. Looking golden though, with long strokes and beautiful recovery. UC San Diego coming to the line. Golden once again with Santa Clara for silver, and a photo finish between Coast and Davis. Here they come.
All right, can we have the following crews come to the award speech? UC San Diego, Santa Clara, Orange Coast.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you heard from Bob, that was a strong finish for the men's second varsity 8 and a sweep on the men's side for UC San Diego for the men's varsity, second varsity, and third varsity 8s. Our next event will be the women's second varsity 8 Division I and Open Programs Grand Final in Lane 1, Sacramento State. Lane 2, San Diego State University. Lane 3, Loyola Marymount. Lane 4, Stanford Lightweight. Lane 5, San Diego. And Lane 6, the University of Portland. We are 2 minutes to the start for the women's second varsity 8 Division I and Open Programs Grand Final.
Santa Clara, we'll have you come to the award speech following UC San Diego.
Well, you know, how come here? 5 minutes. And this is like one of the best buildings in the country. I mean, they come here for
And we are awaiting the start for the grand final of the women's second varsity 8 for Division I and Open Programs. We've got 6 boats at the start, locked in and ready to go, just waiting for some last-minute alignment from the aligners.
Hi, come on.
And we have a start. Six boats moving across, bow ball to bow ball, coming through the breakage line. They get a certain amount of distance where if something should go wrong in terms of their equipment, the race could be stopped and restarted. So when I'm talking about the breakage point, that's what I'm referring to. But right now, all these boats rowing cleanly, pushing themselves out of the gate. Very early on will be lanes 1 and 2, Sacramento State and San Diego State. Those two boats off to a very quick start right next to each other out of lanes 1 and 2. In the third place position, it's going to move over to lane 3, that's Loyola Marymount. And then in fourth, lane 5, San Diego, that's University of San Diego rowing out of lane 5. Again, very early on, we're still within the first 40 strokes of this race, so a lot of overlap, a lot of contact between boats. Fifth, it's going to be University of Portland. They're sitting with a 2-seat advantage over Stanford Lightweights rowing out of lane 4. But the leaders, Sacramento State and San Diego State, they are pushing so hard that they both have a bow to stern advantage over the rest of the field. Still pretty early here though, boats not quite at 500 meters gone.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, yeah, that's it. Oh my God. Yeah, that's good.
Stroke rates are still fairly elevated here at this point in the race. I have San Diego State clocked at 39 strokes a minute, Sacramento State at 37.38. And again, there is a lot of movement happening here as the race progresses and it starts to shake out a little bit. So Sacramento State and San Diego State pretty much even with each other and almost stroke for stroke. But what's happened is Loyola Marymount in lane 3 and University of San Diego have cut into that lead just a little bit. So they were a little more patient off of the start, and they have quite a bit of contact with the bows inside both the San Diego State and Sacramento boats. The placement right now, slight advantage to San Diego State for the lead, sitting 2 seats over Sacramento State. Loyola Marymount in third, half a seat over University of San Diego. Back to them by 1 seat of open water. It will be Stanford Lightweights in 5th, followed by University of Portland in 6th. Relative speed between San Diego State and Sacramento State looks pretty even here as San Diego hasn't been able to shake off Sacramento State. Just shy of 1,000 meters in, and right now Sacramento making a big move to try and pull even again with San Diego State. Loyola Marymount still in third, down to Sacramento State by about 7 seats. University of San Diego in fourth. They are sitting just a couple of seats behind Loyola Marymount. And then back to them by a couple of seats of open water. Stanford Lights continue in 5th. University of Portland in 6th.
Well, thank you, Adrian, for that early call. And as you pointed out, the stroke rate differences between the 2 lead boats is noticeable. Lane 1, Sacramento State understroking San Diego State by about 2 to 3 beats. I had San Diego State in lane 2 at 37 at the halfway markers, Sacramento State at about a 34. And yet, Sacramento State, as you stated, is hanging tough right there. It's very close between these 2 boats as they move into the last 750 meters. In that third place position, lane 3, Loyola Marymount, looking at a challenge also from University of San Diego in lane 5. They are both in contact and chasing for a medal here. The trailing boats, Stanford Lightweight Women in 5th, and then University of Portland in 6th. Of special note, last year the Stanford Lightweight Women were the defending champions for this event. So as we come into the last 500 meters, it's going to be very close at the 1,500 meter markers between lanes 1 and 2, Sacramento State and San Diego State. Sacramento State looking a little more composed, a little bit more relaxed, but it's going to be a slight advantage still to San Diego State at the 1,500 meter line. It's San Diego State for the gold right now, ahead of Sacramento State, but Sac State's still right there, still charging. Third place, still Loyola. On the outside, University of San Diego for 4th, back bow to stern, behind Loyola, then Stanford Lightweight Women, and then the University of Portland. Now, anything could still happen here in lanes 1 and 2. Keep a close eye on lane 1, Sacramento State, as they are still in contact with San Diego State and could make a move. 350 meters to go. Women's 2v8 Division 1 and open programs. It's San Diego State, Sacramento State, and Loyola Marymount in those top 3 positions. 250 to go. It's still all about San Diego State. The Aztecs looking golden, rowing well, hanging on to their position. They've kept this high stroke rate all the way down the course. It has worked well for them. And now with 100 meters to go, they've got about 5 seats over Sacramento State, the Hornets in the silver medal position, and Loyola in the third and bronze medal position. We'll give it to Aaron at the line as the women's 2v8 now finish.
Yet another exciting grand final here at the WIRA Rowing Championships. That was the finish for the women's second Varsity 8 Division 1 and open programs. San Diego State in first, Sacramento State for the silver, Loyola Marymount for the bronze. Those are your medalists for the women's second Varsity 8 Division 1 and open programs. Our next race will be the women's second Varsity 8 Division 2, Division 3, and club programs grand final. In lane 1, Pacific Lutheran University. Lane 2, Seattle Pacific University. Lane 3, Humboldt State University. Lane 4, UC San Diego. Lane 5, Western Washington. And Lane 6, the University of Puget Sound. That is our next race, 2 minutes to the start for the women's second Varsity 8, Division 2, Division 3, and club programs grand final.
Once again, Sacramento State, San Diego State, and Loyola Marymount bring it to the awards beach on the north side.
Our current athletic director used to be at St. Mary's, so he's actually Nick is races this weekend. So far, every well, at the last race we had here, they're 2E, Oh, right. So this is a bit of sweep event. They've changed up a lot of things. It seems like we have a lot of strong rowers. Yeah.
Thanks, George. Nice job, Aztecs.
We'll have you closer to the there. Loyola will have you pull in second.
Aztecs. Nice job, guys. Nice.
And we have had a start here in the women's second Varsity 8. This is for Division 2, 3, and club programs. And again, as we saw in the Varsity 8 for this division earlier, we've got a lot on the line here as these crews are highly ranked either in their regions and in their divisions. but they know that they'll see each other a couple of weeks down the line. That will determine whether or not they go to that national championship later on in May in Indianapolis this year. So this is kind of a preview of what's to come later on in the spring. Right now we see Pacific Lutheran University. They're at the top of the rankings for Division III at this regatta. They are doing a nice job getting out of the gates early, but then so is Humboldt State. Humboldt State actually in the lead here by about 2 seats over Pacific Lutheran. In the third place position, we're going to look at Seattle Pacific rowing out of lane 2. Seattle Pacific sitting 5 seats over lane 4, UC San Diego. In the 5th place position, it will be Western Washington. They have 2 seats over the University of Puget Sound.
BTV!
And boats just coming across 500 meters in. It is Humboldt State in the lead, sitting 5 seats over Pacific Lutheran. I've got Humboldt State clocked at 33.5, 34 strokes a minute. Pacific Lutheran, I'll get a stroke rating on them, but they look to be outstroking Humboldt State just a little bit higher here. So Humboldt State in the lead, 5 seats over Pacific Lutheran. Seattle Pacific down to Pacific Lutheran just by about a half a seat. And in 4th, it continues to be University of California at San Diego, sitting with a 5-seat advantage over Western Washington. Western 3 seats over Puget Sound. So not a lot of movement here out of these boats, as although Humboldt State has that early lead and they have pushed themselves out just a little bit farther away from the field, there is still quite a bit of overlap, quite a bit of contact between crews at 750 meters down. Now the big move is going to come out of lane 2, Seattle Pacific. Seattle Pacific took a big jump there and have overtaken Pacific Lutheran for the 2nd place position. Also seeing a nice move here out of UC San Diego as they draw even with Pacific Lutheran. So lots of change up here as we approach the halfway markers. Humboldt State still in the lead, but now just by 3 seats over Seattle Pacific. Seattle Pacific on the move. Pacific Lutheran and UC San Diego even. Western Washington still in 5th. Puget Sound in 6th. And I'm going to turn this over to Bob on the hill. I'm going to give him about 10 strokes, and I think we're going to see a new leader here just past the 1,000-meter line.
Well, Adrian, believe it or not, it took a few more than 10 strokes as this race for the women's 2nd varsity eights for the D2, D3, and club programs is continuing to be the most dynamic race we've seen all morning after the women's eights here. The women's varsity eights, this is an amazing race. Lane number 2 now in the lead, Seattle Pacific University. That program coached by Andy Derrick, he has turned that program around, and here they are in the lead for the women's 2v8s as we approach the last 750 meters. So Humboldt State was in the lead. They're still in the hunt for a medal as they are now behind the gold medal crew from Seattle Pacific in lane 2. Lane number 1, Pacific Lutheran, and lane number 4, UC San Diego. They're both trying to beat up Humboldt State, but Humboldt State, the Lumberjacks, still hanging tough and are in a position to bring home a medal from this event. So as we approach 500 meters to go, keep your eyes on State, UC San Diego, and Pacific Lutheran as those 3 boats chase the leader, Seattle Pacific, as just now they hit 500 meters to go. Trailing will be Western Washington in 5th and University of Puget Sound in 6th for the women's 2nd varsity eights, Division II, Division III, and club. Seattle Pacific looking fast in their Pocock shell here as they come down the course. They're in the lead. They continue to take water from the field. They were so patient early in the race, and then they opened up in the middle 1,000, and now they've got an open water advantage as they come into the spectator area. UC San Diego now slightly overtaking Humboldt State and Pacific Lutheran for that silver medal position, but everybody is chasing Seattle Pacific with 200 meters to go. They are looking at a gold medal here for the women's second varsity eights, Division 2, 3, and club. Humboldt State in the mix still. Humboldt State down only half a deck from lane 1 Pacific Lutheran. This is going to be a photo finish for second, third, and fourth. Western Washington continues in fifth. Puget Sound in sixth. The race is getting tighter as we come to the line, but Pacific looking fast, and they are so golden right now. We're going to give it to Aaron at the finish line as Seattle Pacific looks to bring home a gold medal.
That was the finish. The women's second varsity 8, Division 2, Division 3, and club programs grand final. With the bronze medal, Humboldt State University. With the silver, UC San Diego. And the winners of the women's second varsity 8, Division 2, Division 3, club programs grand final is Seattle Pacific University. Our next race will be the men's Novice 8 Grand Final. In Lane 1, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 2, Orange Coast College. Lane 3, Washington State. Lane 4, the University of Southern California. Lane 5, UC Davis. And Lane 6, San Diego State University. The next race is the men's Novice 8 Grand Final.
And we're just past 250 meters here in the grand final for the men's Novice 8. The Novice 8 program, this could include kids that had experience when they were in high school, but it could include complete walk-ons, athletes from other sports that have a high-level athleticism, fitness, and determination to make rowing their primary sport in college. And right now, that's what we've got on the water is the fire and fury of novice rowing. We've got 6 boats charging towards the first 500-meter line, and right now the crew doing the best job, and I remember this out of the heats yesterday, Orange Coast College. This is an impressive boat. This Novice 8 that they've got is really just tops. They have now about a stern advantage over the rest of the field. Next closest competitor, and then again, not quite at 500 meters, is 1 boat length back, and that's UC Santa Barbara. UC Santa Barbara sitting with 6 seats over Washington State. Washington State 2 seats over UC Davis. In the 5th place position, it's going to be Southern California. They are pretty much even with San Diego State rowing out of lane 6. But top boat, now with open water, just past 500 meters, is Orange Coast College. It's a 2-year community college down in Newport Beach, but it draws a lot of attention towards its rowing program because they develop these young men and then move them on to that 4-year college experience where they can come in with a high level of racing experience and training. So Orange Coast College doing a fine job here, moving themselves a little bit farther away from UC Santa Barbara. UC Santa Barbara back by a bit of open water. They are sitting with 7 seats over Washington State. Washington State, a club program up in Pullman, Washington. Their coach told me that they've had a record amount of snow this year, and it was a lot to contend with as they moved a lot of their training indoors. But it's really paying off for them right now. As you can see, those ergs definitely do move boats. Washington State doing a nice job chasing down Santa Barbara, currently occupying that 3rd place position. Now back to Washington State by about 2 seats of open water. It's a draw between USC, UC Davis, and San Diego State. Those 3 boats almost dead even with each other. But at 1,000 meters, it is Orange Coast with a clear open water lead. Back to them by about a length of open water. UC Santa Barbara continues in 2nd, followed by Washington State. Santa Barbara hasn't been able to shake Washington State as Washington State holds on to see if they can get into medal contention. But right now they're looking at a bronze if they hold on to this pace.
Well, Adrian, you were so right. This boat in lane 2, Orange Coast, continuing to work away from the field. Coast is known for attracting really top junior recruits as they try to go after the big dog teams. Coast, a community college, they only have the rowers for 2 years, but they look like a 4-year program with how well they row. And right now, this Novice 8, that's a future varsity boat for Coast, and they're looking golden right now as they approach the 1,500-meter line. Santa Barbara in lane 1 continues in that silver medal position. Washington State in 3rd place in lane 3. Anyone who says ergs don't float, well, guess what they do, because Washington State here hanging tough for that 3rd place position, and they could potentially go after the silver medal here, depending on what happens in lane 1 with Santa Barbara. In the 4th, 5th, and 6th place position, we have University of Southern California up half a length over UC Davis, Davis half a length over San Diego State. These are the men's Novice 8s. Their 1st year of rowing in college, and first across the 1,500-meter markers all by themselves, it's Orange Coast. Santa Barbara continues in 2nd for the men's Novice 8s. Washington State Cougars continue in that 3rd place position. Now chasing hard and making a push to get more water is Southern California. Now, it looks like 6 seat. It looks like there's a problem in 6 seat. I'm not sure. 6 seat, either he's not rowing or he's off his seat, but they're still rowing strong here as they come down the course. The 2 outside boats not getting any closer. The boats from Davis and San Diego State not catching up with Southern California. Nope, my bad. Southern California doing fine. 6 seats fine. It's just me, folks, high on top of Rattlesnake Hill. So Southern California doing it, but let's go to the front here before we turn over to Aaron. Look how far ahead they are. Orange Coast commanding the men's Novice 8 event as they come to the line and win a gold. It's Orange Coast, followed by Santa Barbara, and then Washington State for the men's Novice 8.
Can I please have the following crews coming to the awards beach on the north side? UC Santa Barbara, Orange Coast, Washington State.
That was a commanding finish for the men's Novice 8 Grand Final. With the bronze was Washington State. For the silver, UC Santa Barbara. And the clear winner with the gold medal by open water for the men's Novice 8 Grand Final, Orange Coast College. Our next race, getting ready for the start, is the women's Novice 8 Grand Final. In Lane 1, Sacramento State University. Lane 2, UC Irvine. Lane 3, UC San Diego. Lane 4, UC Davis. Lane 5, Humboldt State. And Lane 6, Pacific Lutheran. We are close to the start for the women's Novice 8 Grand Final.
Folks, as you just heard, real quick, we'd like to just say that Orange Coast won the men's novice event last year, and they repeated this year. So congratulations to Orange Coast College.
And here we go with a quick start for the grand final of the women's Novice 8. We've got 6 boats on the course here. It's a good mix of Division 1 and Division 2 and club programs. Oh, and Division 3 with Pacific Lutheran. So we've got the broad mix of women's teams here out on the course in this novice event. Moving out to an early lead, it will be our hometown team, the Hornets from Sacramento State. They're looking at a 4-seat advantage over UC Irvine. UC Irvine sitting in second. They are the defending champion in this event. from last year. UC Irvine with a very strong first-year program. In the third place spot, we're going to move over to UC San Diego rowing out of lane 3. And then in fourth, moving over to lane 5, Humboldt State. So Humboldt State sitting in fourth, just ahead of UC Davis and Pacific Lutheran. So the blind rage here of novice rowing is in full effect as these crews approach the first 500 meters down. But I have to say, Sacramento State in lane 1 is looking a little bit more calm and composed than the rest of the field. There's quite a bit of whitewash coming off of these blades as these ladies try to settle into their race pace. But Sacramento State doing a nice job working on their race plan, listening to their coach, and just ticking away and putting the power behind the blade. First 500 meters gone for Sacramento State, sitting with 7 seats over UC Irvine. Not taking anything away from UC Irvine. They are also a good-looking crew, a little bit higher of a stroke rate for them than for Sacramento State. They have moved themselves to a 4-seat advantage over UC San Diego, and UC San Diego looks to have 3 seats over Humboldt State. Humboldt State half a seat over UC Davis. A little bit off the back here is Pacific Lutheran. They're in 6th, and then definitely still within contact to all these crews. So no one has moved out to an open water advantage. No one has really made any big jumps, but it's still pretty early on here. Sacramento State closing in on the first 750 meters. And I've got Sacramento State. It's interesting because I've got them clocked at 37 strokes a minute, but they look like they're rowing at a much lower stroke rate. So they've got a lot of length in that boat. Those are some tall girls. They're really putting that size and power to good effect here as they move out to about a stern advantage over UC Irvine. UC Irvine in second, but they're seeing a big move here by UC San Diego as UC San Diego, the Tritons, attempt to pull even with Irvine by the halfway markers. Top 3 boats here have pushed themselves out to a full-length advantage over the remaining 3 boats. So in third, it will be UC Davis. UC Davis pushing themselves into, in fourth, it's UC Davis. UC Davis sitting with just a couple of seats over Humboldt State. Humboldt State 2 seats over Pacific Lutheran. All boats now at 1,000 meters to go.
Well, thank you, Adrian, for that call for the first 1,000 meters from high atop Rattlesnake Hill. This is a close race in lanes 2 and 3. UC Irvine, who happens to be the defending champion for this event from last year, they're locked in a very close race with that boat from UC San Diego. Now, the UC San Diego boat just had a little bit of a bobble, looked like a half crab, caused the boat to steer a little bit, but they've recovered nicely, and they're still right there with the UC Irvine boat. Now, everybody's still chasing lane 1 Sacramento State. The Hornets from right here at Lake Natoma, they've had the most calm, just beautiful race to watch here as they come down lane 1. No big reactions, just solid, steady rowing as they approach the 1,500-meter line. They're a little calmer, a little bit longer on the recovery, and they're making that work for them as they continue in the gold medal position. They are about a stern advantage ahead of UC Irvine and UC San Diego. In fourth place, Davis is off the back end of UC San Diego, so that's about a stern deficit for fourth place. Then outside to Humboldt State, even with Pacific Lutheran as we approach 1,500 meters. These are the women's novice 8s. These novices often get caught up in just the craziness of racing if it's their first year of rowing. We call it the blind fury of novice racing. But Sacramento State, they don't look that way at all. They look very, very nice here, very long and smooth as they are the first crew across the 1,500-meter line. The Hornets looking golden here as they come into home stretch. The Hornets rowing at 35 to 36 strokes per minute. They continue to take a little bit more of water away from the field. On the two middle lanes, 2 and 3, that's been the close race between UC Irvine, the defending champion, and UC San Diego. They are even here with 3:50 to go. Sacramento State in their Pocock Wing 8, they are looking golden here in lane 1 as they come into the last 250 meters. On the outside, lane 6, Pacific Lutheran overtaking Humboldt State. Humboldt State in 5th, chasing Davis in 4th. But with 200 meters to go, it's still all about the Hornets from right here at Lake Natoma. Sacramento State looking great as they hold off UC Irvine and UC San Diego in the women's Novice 8 Grand Final. Give it to Aaron at the finish line to make the final call, but the Hornets are sure putting a sting on everybody.
That's another fast finish. The women's Novice 8 Grand Final. Unofficially, for the women's Novice 8 Grand Final, UC Irvine for the bronze, UC San Diego for the silver, and the gold medal winners, Sacramento State University. The next race will be the men's Varsity 4 Grand Final. In lane 1, Seattle University. Lane 2, Santa Clara. Lane 3, the University of San Diego. Lane 4, Western Washington. Lane 5, UC Santa Barbara. And Lane 6, Arizona State. That is the next race, 1 minute to the start for the men's Varsity 4 Grand Final.
All right. Can I have the following votes come to the award speech? Sacramento State, UC Irvine, and UC San Diego. All right, folks, we have a start here in the grand final for the men's Varsity 4. 6 boats on the water. Defending champion here is Santa Clara. They are rowing in this event out of lane 2, and right now they are the crew with their bow first in front. Just barely, though. We're at 250 meters. There is still a whole lot of room on this race course, but Santa Clara doing a nice job getting out of the gates.
But right now they're seeing their biggest challenge coming out of lane 1. That's Seattle University. Seattle rowing out of lane 1 and looking at actually taking over for that first place position. So just past 250 meters in, boats are shaking out. They're moving into their base pace. And Seattle University and Santa Clara locked in a battle here to see who can push their bow first across the line at 500 meters in. It's just kind of going back and forth between those two crews, Seattle and Santa Clara. And also hot off the start will be lane 6. That's Arizona State University. Arizona State, as I yesterday, the only collegiate crew in Arizona. So nice job to them as they train on Tempe Town Lake in relative isolation. They come out here to the WIRA Championships and they want to make a statement. They're doing that now out of lane 6 as they push themselves into a 3rd place position. In 4th, it's going to be the University of San Diego. They are sitting just 1 seat behind Arizona State. And then in 5th, it will be UC Santa Barbara, followed by Western Washington. But still a battle going on out here in front between Seattle and Santa Clara. There is no clear leader at this point, and we're just past the first 500, approaching 750 meters gone. Now, interesting to note, Santa Clara, I've got them clocked at 35 strokes a minute, but Seattle rowing at 32, and right now the lead is going to go to Santa Clara. Just as I said that, Santa Clara took a big jump, and they have pushed themselves out now to 1 seat over Seattle University. Now Seattle making a jump and coming back to see if they can be even again with Santa Clara. So just shy of 1,000 meters in, these two boats are just gunning for that halfway point and pushing each other so hard, there is now 1 length of open water behind them to the next closest competitor. And that race for 3rd is really heating up here between University of San Diego, UC Santa Barbara, and Arizona State. I'm going to give a slight advantage right now to UC Santa Barbara for that 3rd place position. UC Santa Barbara sitting with maybe 2 seats over University of San Diego, and then Arizona State dropping back to 5th. Western Washington back by a bit of open water, sitting in 6th. We'll turn it over to Bob on the hill to see what's going on with our leaders, Seattle University and Santa Clara.
Well, thank you, Adrian. This is my favorite boat class. I love the 4s. It's big enough that it feels like a big boat, but small enough that you have to be really good to row it. And you're seeing that dogfight go on here between lanes 1 and 2. Seattle University and Santa Clara. Santa Clara is still at the higher stroke rate, but Seattle did push their rate to a 37 to say, no, 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 Santa Clara, you're not going to walk away from us. So, folks, it's still dead even. I cannot make a call from the hill here as maybe it's a seat advantage to one crew or the other. So it's anyone's call as we approach 1,500 meters for that gold medal position. Now, Santa Barbara has clearly moved into the bronze medal position. They're coming out of lane number 5. So Santa Barbara in the bronze medal position. Chasing them is University of San Diego. They are down about only 2 seats. So San Diego is in a position to overtake Santa Barbara right at 1,500 bronze medal. Arizona State, the lone team, collegiate team from Arizona, in 5th. And trailing Western Washington here in the men's varsity 4s. All right, here's the call at 1,500. It is Santa Clara. They're still up. They're up by about a seat and a half over lane 1, Seattle University. Santa Clara, the defending champion from last year. They've held the higher stroke rate all the way down the course. They've got the stamina, the training, and the history to do this, and they continue to keep Seattle University behind them as we come into the last 400. Santa Barbara still holding on to the bronze medal position while San Diego chases hard in their blue shell. The men's varsity 4s, they tend to have explosive finishes, so keep an eye on lanes 1 and 2 here. Santa Clara with the red blades hold to that first place position. Santa Clara now extending out a little bit further ahead of Seattle University. 250 meters to go for the men's varsity fours. Santa Clara still holding on. Seattle still in the, oh, look at Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara making a move. Santa Barbara moving up to possibly overtake for the silver medal. It's Santa Clara for the gold. And now it's too close to call for the silver. Will it be Santa Barbara? Will it be Seattle University? This is going to be a photo finish for the silver. Santa Clara gets the gold. Santa Barbara holds on, they get the silver medal.
Thank you, Bob, for the excellent race call there. That was the finish for the men's varsity 4 grand final. Unofficially, with the bronze, it is Seattle University. With the silver, and the crew that really snuck up to take that silver medal was UC Santa Barbara. And our winners once again for the men's varsity 4, Santa Clara University with a time of 6:36.97. Our next race will be the women's varsity 4s, Division 1 and Open Programs Grand Final. This will be a 7-boat race. In Lane 1, San Diego State. Lane 2, Loyola Marymount. Lane 3, the University of San Diego. Lane 4, University of Portland. Lane 5, Sacramento State. Lane 6, Stanford Lightweights. And Lane 7, St. Mary's College. That is the next race getting ready for a start, the women's varsity 4, Division 1 and Open Programs Grand Final. We turn it over to Adrian on the water for the race call.
Santa Clara, UC, Santa Barbara, and Seattle U. You can bring it to the award speech up here. Seattle, I'll have you come all the way almost to the gate to my right. Then you'll come up to the shore. We'll give you guys a medal.
Sorry.
Santa Clara and
Yeah, what
UCSD,
racing in this
you guys
next
can
one?
bring it in
Oh,
any
that's
order.
true.
We'll find a spot for you on the beach here. Seattle, I'll have you keep.
All right, we have had a quick start here in the grand final for the Division 1 women's varsity 4s. We've got 7 boats on the course here. San Diego State is our defending champion in this event, and indeed they have jumped out to a quick start and an early lead by 3 seats over Loyola Marymount. Last year in this event, Loyola Marymount was the second place crew, followed by Sacramento State, and you're seeing good performances by all 3 of those teams at 250 meters in. So San Diego State, your leader, followed by Loyola Marymount, and then right behind them, University of San Diego, rowing out of lane 3, is your third place crew. Back to University of San Diego by 3 seats, it's Sacramento State, so they're currently sitting in 4th. They have a 4-seat advantage over University of Portland, with Stanford Lightweights, St. Mary's in the 6th place position, and then Stanford Light in 7th. And not quite at 500 meters in, there is a lot of separation right now between these boats as San Diego State continues to inch further away from Loyola Marymount. It is their bow first across that marker at 500 meters down, now bow to stern over Loyola. Loyola sitting bow to stern, maybe a little bit less over University of San Diego. So 4.5 seats plus a little bit of that stern deck for Loyola as they move past 500 meters in. University of San Diego in 3rd. They have about 1 seat of open water over Sacramento State. Sac State sitting bow to stern over University of Portland. 2 crews that have fallen a little bit off the pace are St. Mary's and Stanford Lightweights. So those 2 boats actually right next to each other. They're locked in a back and forth battle for that 6th or 7th place position. So what I'm looking at here at 750 meters in is 3 different distinct races because we've got open water on either side. So right now, San Diego State, they're looking for open water before the halfway point, and it looks like they've got it. We're at 750 meters down, San Diego State now with 1 seat of open water over Loyola Marymount and University of San Diego. So those are the top 3 crews, and then back to them by a substantial amount of open water, we'll find Sac State, followed by University of Portland. Those 2 crews still within contact with each other for the 4th and 5th place position, and then back to them by a good amount of open water, St. Mary's and Stanford Lights. But San Diego State, the Aztecs, doing a nice job opening up a little bit more space between themselves and Loyola Marymount as we approach 1,000 meters to go in this grand final for the women's varsity 4.
Well, thank you, Adrian, for that call. This is the women's turn now for the varsity 4s, and there's just something about those Aztec women because here they are again. They are showing themselves to be fast and smooth, and they're in the lead here in the varsity 4 event in lane 1, and they are holding to a good, solid lead position. The key is to not sit on the lead, but keep taking water. They're slowly doing that as they approach 1,250 meters. The race to watch is lanes 2 and 3 between Loyola Marymount and the University of San Diego. Right now, slight advantage would be lane 3, University of San Diego over Loyola, but they're so close it could be a move at any time that could change. In that 4th place position, we go to lane number 5, Sacramento State. They are just ahead of the University of Portland, and then the 2 trailing teams from St. Mary's and Stanford Lightweights, with the Stanford Lightweights now taking St. Mary's for 6th place. Please be aware there are 7 boats on the course, so all the lanes are full here as we approach the spectator area. San Diego State women in the lead still at 36.5 to 37 strokes per minute. They continue with a open water advantage over lanes 2 and 3 that continues to be extremely close. Now the thing is, lanes 2 and 3, no matter what happens here, whether it be a silver or bronze, they've got so much open water between themselves and the remaining field that they really are in a locked medal position. It's either going to be a silver or bronze, as nobody is close. Nobody is close to Loyola or University of San Diego. We have to go back several boat lengths of open water to the next closest crew, which is lane 4, University of Portland, excuse me, yeah, now University of Portland overtaking Sacramento State, and then outside to Stanford Lightweights and St. Mary's. University of San Diego now overtaking Loyola for this position. University of San Diego women moving up now into that silver medal. They've got their bow ball almost on the stern deck of San Diego State. San Diego State has been leading all the way down the course. They're holding steady on their rate. They're doing a great job here as they come into the spectator area to bring home another gold medal for their program. .250 meters to go. University of San Diego still chasing, moving into that solid silver medal position. In the bronze medal position, Loyola Marymount, but going for the gold, it is the Aztecs. The Aztecs from San Diego State, only 100 meters away from that coveted first place finish here at the 2019 WIRA Championships. We'll give it to Aaron at the finish line to make that last call, but it's all about San Diego State right now with USD chasing.
Another exciting finish and a big cheering crowd on the shores here of Lake Natoma. That was the finish for the women's Varsity 4 Division I and Open Grand Final. Unofficially, San Diego State University with the gold, the University of San Diego with the silver, and Loyola Marymount with the bronze. Those are your medalists for the women's Varsity 4's Division I and Open Grand Finals. And a noteworthy mention, the winner for that women's Varsity 4 Division I and Open Grand Final, San Diego State University. They were the defending champions for this event last year, and they have won it again this year. A big shout out to San Diego State University for the women's Varsity 4 Division I and Open Grand Final. They take the title 2 years in a row. We are 2 minutes from the start for the women's Varsity 4, Division II, Division III, and club programs Grand Final. In Lane 1, UC San Diego. Lane 2, Western Washington. Lane 3, Central Oklahoma. Lane 4, Seattle Pacific. Lane 5, Humboldt State. And Lane 6, Orange Coast College. We are less than a minute from the start for the women's Varsity 4, Division II, Division III, and club programs Grand Final. We turn it over to Adrian for the water as these crews are ready to start.
Here we go with the Women's Varsity 4 Grand Final. This is for Division II, III, and club programs. With 6 boats on the water, we have a good mix of all 3 of those divisions. Actually, I'm looking at it now. It is mostly Division II. That is a who's who of the Division II rankings right here with UC San Diego in Lane 1, Western Washington Lane 2, Central Oklahoma, lane 3, and as you heard earlier, they are your defending national champions. Seattle Pacific rowing out of lane 4, followed by Humboldt State, and then Orange Coast College, Orange Coast in lane 6. So just past 250 meters gone, our leader is going to come out of lane 3. That is Central Oklahoma. They are looking good with a 3-seat advantage over both Western Washington and UC San Diego. Those two crews, Western and UC San Diego, locked in a battle, bow ball to bow ball. Sure to shake out a little bit as we approach 500 meters gone. Also in the mix here, lane 5, Humboldt State. They are in a 4th place just behind now Western Washington. Humboldt State sitting 1 seat over Seattle Pacific. Just a little bit off the back by open water, it will be Orange Coast College. They're rowing out of lane 6. But then now a big jump at 500 meters by Central Oklahoma as they attempt to pull free and clear of the rest of the field. And now UC San Diego overtaking Western Washington for that 2nd place position. UC San Diego with 1 seat over Western. Western sitting bow to stern over Seattle Pacific, so Seattle Pacific drawing themselves a little bit ahead of Humboldt State. Humboldt State slipping back to 5th. Lots of contact and overlap in places 2 through 5, but what is clear is that Central Oklahoma is just selling the ranch to see if they can pull free and clear and get that big open water lead by the halfway point. They already have a half a boat length or so of open water over both UC San Diego and Western. .750 meters gone for Central Oklahoma. They are inching themselves a little bit farther away from both San Diego, University of UC San Diego and Western Washington, but the relative speed between UC San Diego and Western, it's pretty even between those two crews. Slight advantage to UC San Diego, but they're still sitting with 1 seat, maybe half a seat over Western. So Western is just being very, very patient and still sticking right next to UC San Diego. The crew that's made a big move, though, right now, as we saw in previous races, is Seattle Pacific. So Seattle Pacific rowing out of lane 4, they are looking at being able to draw even with UC San Diego and Western Washington by the halfway point. So when I turn it over to Bob on the hill, my guess is that they're going to be able to do just that. But Central Oklahoma, man, they are just not stopping or waiting for anything. They now have a length and a half of open halfway point, leaving behind a battle between San Diego, Western Washington, and Seattle Pacific for that 2nd or 3rd place spot. Humboldt State by themselves in 5th. They've got open water on either side. And then Orange Coast College in 6th.
Well, Adrian, I agree with you. I think the dark horse to watch here is Seattle Pacific, as they still have a lot of water here to put to good use, and they are slowly moving up to challenge lanes 1 and 2 for a medaling position. As for Central Oklahoma, you're right, they did sell the ranch, and there must have been a whole lot of oil under there because they're way out in front and they're going. They are walking away with this, and they're not letting anybody touch them as they continue with an open water advantage as we approach 1,250 meters. So lane 1, UC San Diego, they took 3rd place in this event last year. Right now, they're trying to hold on to at least a 2nd place position against the defending champion from last year, Western Washington, in lane 2. So Western Washington, they're looking at possibly a new defending champion from Central Oklahoma here as we now approach 1,500 meters. Keep your eye, though, on lane 4, Seattle Pacific. They are a threat, a direct threat to UC San Diego and Western Washington for a medal position here as we approach 1,500. Humboldt continues in 5th place, and further back by open water, trailing, is Orange Coast. These are the women's varsity 4s for Division II, Division III, and club programs. Central Oklahoma first across the line at 1500 with open water, and they're only rowing at 33 strokes per minute. They are in control, long and strong, and looking good here. The race for that second and third place position still is lanes 1 and 2. Lane 2 now, University of San Diego in that silver medal position by about 3 seats over Western Washington. But Seattle Pacific is in 4th, but they're in contact with the Western Washington boat with about 400 meters to go. Now, like I told you earlier, and you saw it in the men's varsity 4 race, 4 races can be explosive on the finish. So keep an eye on those that outside lane of Seattle Pacific. Central Oklahoma, they keep taking water. They've got a gold medal in their pocket if they just hang on for another 200 meters. UC San Diego along the shore. UC San Diego along the shore for that silver medal. But then it's Western Washington, Seattle Pacific. Western Washington, Seattle Pacific, separated by only about 3 seats. 150 meters to go. Central Oklahoma coming all the way here from the middle of America. Boy, do they look good from the top of Rattlesnake Hill. It's all theirs, and we'll give it to Aaron at the finish line as Central Oklahoma walks away with the women's varsity 4.
Yeah, Maddie, let's go! Probably not this summer. He comes straight from WIRA back to, he's going to stay with me for 2 weeks. Because one of his roommates is going to come and stay to go to the dream. I'm trying to get Ella to stay long enough so they can hang out. She helps the kids write papers, which is good. You're published at HQ.
That was the finish for the women's varsity 4, Division 2, Division 3, and club programs grand final.
I bought a pair when I went to Hawaii for whale watching. I didn't ever get them out of the what did we do? Well, I was thinking I would want to like watch like far out so you can see everything because they don't always like jump. But we had whales right next. We didn't see a bream, but we saw a whale,
The women's D2, D3 club varsity 4, Central Oklahoma, Western Washington, and UC San Diego come to the awards speech.
Our next race will be the men's lightweight 4 grand final. In lane 1, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 2, UC Irvine. Lane 3, Western Washington. Lane 4, California Lightweights. Lane 5, Cal Maritime. And Lane 6, UC Davis. That is the next race about to start the men's lightweight 4.
Western Washington, I will have you guys go closer to your fans, and we'll have you guys get closer to the team as well.
All right, and we will pick up the grand final for the men's lightweight 4. Currently in progress, just past 250 meters gone. We've had a great start, clean start by all of these boats. All boats rowing well, staying within their lanes. And we've had one crew that has pushed themselves out right out of the gates. That is UC Santa Barbara in lane 1. They have a 2-seat lead right now over UC Irvine. UC Irvine sitting 2 seats over Western Washington. Back to Western Washington by a couple seats, it will be Cal Maritime. And then in 5th, it is UC Berkeley Lightweights, followed by UC Davis. So early on here in the race, not quite at 500 meters, we've got a lot of crews still within contact, no open water, but lots of overlap, lots of contact. We'll let it sit for just a minute while these boats shake out and settle into their base pace.
Oh my God! Stuck in the wheel.
All right, and I've got UC Santa Barbara with that lead, 3 seats now over UC Irvine. I've got both of those boats clocked at 37 strokes a minute. So these lightweight guys, high level of efficiency at the lower body rate. They have a high level of athleticism and efficiency, able to move these boats pretty quick and maintain a higher stroke rate as they have a little bit less body weight to lever behind that oar. So UC Santa Barbara doing a great job, still holding on to the lead, but they're watching it shrink as Western Washington put on a big charge there just past 750 meters and took away a little bit of that lead. So UC Santa Barbara still in first, 2 seats over Western Washington. Western Washington sitting 1 seat now over UC Irvine. Back off of the stern deck of the Western Washington boat, it will be Cal Lightweight. So Cal Lightweight's big turnaround for them as they overtook Cal Maritime to lock into that 4th place position. So Cal Maritime slipping back to 5th, and then back to Cal Maritime by about a length of open water will be UC Davis. So lots of change up here as we approach the halfway markers. Excitement of that first 500 really starts to get real right about here at this third 500. That's where the training comes in. That's where the team who can execute their race plan and put it all together at the right time, that's where it pays off. Right now, UC Santa Barbara exhibiting that they are a crew to be reckoned with, but being chased by Western Washington and UC Irvine.
Adrian, I couldn't agree more. That third 500, that's what shakes out the really good teams from the average teams, and we're seeing that here as Santa Barbara in lane 1 with the yellow jerseys, they're holding at about a 36 stroke rate, and they're continuing to push. A lot of crews hit that halfway marker line, and you can literally see them run out of gas, but not Santa Barbara here. They look like, hey, no problem, third 500, we're ready for it. And so they're holding on to a great position here as they come into the last 1,000 meters. Chasing them continues to be lane 3, Western Washington. They are matching the speed of lane 1, Santa Barbara. So the reason for the difference there, they're matching speeds of the water, but Santa Barbara just made a strategic move. They made a jump, they took some water, and then they settled back down to base pace. So equal competition here. It's all a question of when does the coxswain make the call? When do they make a move? And can they hold on to that water that they take? In third place continues to be UC Irvine. Has had a lot of great crews in this event, and they are in the hunt for a medal here as they chase the 2 leaders down the course in the men's lightweight 4 grand final. Hitting the 1,500 meter markers now will be lane number 1, Santa Barbara, followed by lane number 3, Western Washington, and then very close between Irvine and Cal Lightweights. Very close between them. Slight advantage to Cal, but it's too close to call really with 500 to go. In the trailing 2 positions, Cal Maritime, and then in the final position, UC Davis in lane 6. These are the men's lightweight 4s grand final coming at you. the Gauchos along the shore in lane 1. 350 meters to go. They're lightweights, but they look like heavyweights here as they come charging down the course. Full throttle here, holding off that blue shell from Western Washington. Western Washington bow to stern behind the first place Gauchos. But look at the Cal lightweights. There's a turnaround for you. Cal lightweights moving up to overtake Irvine. The Cal lightweights now in the bronze medal position as they come into the last 250. It's Santa Barbara, Western Washington, California, with Irvine chasing in fourth, then back to Cal Maritime and UC Davis. Santa Barbara, they've got golden jerseys. That'll look really good with the gold medal that they're about to get put around their necks. If they win this event, the men's lightweight fours, they got hard work coming. Aaron, at the finish line, it's all yours.
Unofficially, that is UC Santa Barbara in the white shell, taking home the gold medal. What a solid charge by UC Santa Barbara, unofficially taking the title for the men's lightweight four. Our next race will be a two-boat race for the women's lightweight four grand final. In lane 1, UC Irvine, and lane 2, Chico State.
And we have a grand final racing here just past 250 meters in. This is the women's lightweight floor final. There are only 2 boats on the water. So for whatever reason, this was just not as popular of an event at WIRA's this year. Perhaps the athletes spread out over other events. But right now we're looking at UC Irvine and Chico State. They're doing a fine job as we approach the first 500 meters gone, with an advantage going to UC Irvine for that lead. They have already established themselves as the dominant force in this event with 1 length of open water over Chico State. Chico State, a club program, rowing on a reservoir just outside of Chico in the hills of Oroville. And the anteaters of UC Irvine crawling their way towards the halfway point. They really haven't pushed themselves that much farther away from Chico, so maybe Chico didn't have quite as strong a start as UC Irvine, because they have not let UC Irvine slip any farther away. I've been told that Chico State is the defending champion in this event, so definitely leaving them a little bit of room to see if they can catch back up with UC Irvine, take away a little bit of that lead, and see what we can do here in this dual situation. Dual races really are much more of a head game than the 6-boat side-by-side races, because a lot of the time, if your competitor isn't right there with you, you've just got to stick to your race plan. And again, it is not over till it's over. We have seen races time and time again where so much has changed, especially in that third 500, that we kind of got to sit back and see what's going to happen. At 750 meters in, Chico State has taken a couple of seats away from UC Irvine. Irvine's still in the lead, but not by quite as much as they had at the 500-meter mark.
And as we approach the halfway markers here in this basically a Henley-style race, only 2 boats on the course, the defending champion from last year, Chico State, still in the hunt here, trying to pull back the anteaters from UC Irvine. Now, both these teams, a club program, UC Irvine, a long and storied, very successful club program from Southern California, rowing in the Newport Beach area, and Chico State rowing out of the Thermalito 4-Bay Aquatic Center up near the city of Oroville. Chico State built a boathouse there, and it's a beautiful structure, and they've got tons of room, and they have a club rowing program on a beautiful body of water up there in Thermalito. You'd never know it. You'd drive right by it, you'd never know it, but there it is. It's like a Lake Natoma in Oroville. So here we are with these 2 teams as they come down the course. These are lightweight fours, each rower weighing 130 pounds maximum. 2-boat race. We'll give you the next call at 1500 as these crews approach that line. So the leader, UC Irvine, rowing at a more conservative 33 strokes per minute. Chico State at around 35.5 to 36. Irvine showing that strength they have to row at a lower rate, spend a little more time on the recovery, and get run out of the boat. So they continue to keep the lead here, but they're not really walking away much from Chico State. They made a strategic move early in the race, got the jump on Chico, and basically have what I would say they're sitting on that lead as they come down the course. So Chico State's still close enough that if they made a move, they could make up water here. Both boats now pass 1,500 meters. These are the women's lightweight fours here at the 2019 WIRA Championships. All right, folks, here they come into the spectator area. Lightweight rowing, all muscle. They are trying to bring it to the line here. Irvine, take home some hardware as they cruise down I-5. They can listen to the jingle in the van as they all share the medal together and the success of this race. So Irvine in the lead for the gold, followed by Chico State for that silver here in the women's lightweight fours. Only a two-boat race. But if you want an intimate race, it doesn't get any better than this. Here they come. Shout out for your team. Aaron at the finish line takes it from here.
All right, and ladies and gentlemen, we are already 250 meters gone in the grand final for the men's second novice 8. So we've got 3 boats on the water with Orange Coast College in lane 1, UC Santa Barbara in lane 2, and UC Davis in lane 3. Already jumping out of the gates, as we saw in the first Novice 8, it's Orange Coast College already with a substantial lead this early on, and sitting at about 300 meters gone, they have an 8-seat advantage over UC Santa Barbara. Falling a little bit off the pace, back by open water, it will be UC Davis. All crews approaching 500 meters. And here we go for Orange Coast College. I've got them clocked at 37 strokes a minute. Again, a really fine-looking novice crew. These guys looking much more mature than a lot of novice boats that you see on the water. So I bet there's a good amount of experience and a high level of athleticism with these guys. As they come past 500 meters, they're trying to pull free and clear of UC Santa Barbara. But UC Santa Barbara, a great club program. They practice on Lake Cachuma just outside of Santa Barbara. It's quite a haul from campus to get up to the lake. So all these oarsmen with just a lot of dedication towards this sport. They have a huge program there at UC Santa Barbara. And in the past 7-8 years, they have just jumped onto the national stage, and they are a force to be reckoned with. They're showing that here with good depth in this second Novice 8 as they refuse to let Orange Coast College slip away from their grasp. At 750 meters, though, Orange Coast with that lead bow to stern over the Gauchos of Santa Barbara. Now back to Santa Barbara by about a couple lengths of open water, maybe a little bit more. It's UC Davis, so they're struggling a bit to keep pace with these top two crews. They're rowing well, but maybe just not quite the experience or depth of these two top programs. As we come up to the halfway point, Orange Coast now looking at an open water lead for themselves. They've got about 2 to 3 seats, and they're taking a big move, big power 10 here across this line, and every stroke they take, they inch themselves a little bit farther away from UC Santa Barbara. UC Davis continuing in third. We'll turn it over to Bob on the hill to bring you the color commentary.
Well, thank you, Adrian. Yes, these men's second Novice 8s, again showing the depth of a program. You want to have a lot of novices in the pipeline so they move up and keep the varsity program strong. And also, it just shows love of the sport if you accommodate a lot of walk-on novices. Most of us who learned how to row walked on, and it's great to see these programs with big novice squads rowing. So here you see the leader, Orange Coast. Now, they won the men's Novice 8 earlier. They walked away with it, actually. It's like their 8 was on turbojets, and here they are again winning in a winning position. Orange Coast with the second men's Novice 8s ahead of UC Santa Barbara in lane number 2. Lane 3, UC Davis, they're back now about, I want to say about 200 meters of open water behind second place Santa Barbara. So with 3 boats coming at you, all 3 boats are looking at a medal, but the one they really want is that gold. And once again, that gold medal looks to be going to Orange Coast, a 2-year community college from Southern California. And there they go, first across the 1,500-meter line. It's Coast in control. Known as the Giant Killers, they love to take on the bigger programs and show them what they got, and they're doing it here. Coast taking on a 4-year program from Santa Barbara and a 4-year program from Davis, and Coast only a 2-year program, but they're looking fast. So as they approach the finish line tank, get ready to give them a big shout out, because Orange Coast has had a great day so far here in the novice category, and it looks like they're about to repeat that again. Men's second Novice 8s now coming to the finish line here at the 2019 WIRA Championships at beautiful Lake Natoma in Rancho Cordova, California. With 200 meters to go, It's Orange Coast all alone up front again. We've seen this before, we're seeing it again as their men's second novice 8 is looking golden, holding off silver medalists UC Santa Barbara and Davis for the bronze medal further back. Great looking novice program from Orange Coast this year. That's going to be a great varsity program a year from now as these kids all move up. So, Aaron, it's up to you now to make that call. And here are the winners coming, Orange Coast.
Ladies and gentlemen, a couple public service announcements. We have found a credit card and looking for Ricardo Zapardiel. Ricardo Zapardiel, please come to the finish line tent. We also have found a smartphone. If Florence Hendrickson can come to the finish line tent. Florence Hendrickson, come claim your lost phone at the finish line tent. Thank you. The next race will be the men's pair grand final.
And we are already 500 meters into the grand final for the men's pair. There's 7 boats on the course. We're getting a couple of course corrections coming out of the referees, making sure that these guys are staying in their lanes and that there's no interference. That's really the biggest issue, is making sure that in a boat with no coxswain, where it's just the rowers in charge, that they maintain a safe passage and stay within their lane. And right now they're all doing a fine job of that, just little course corrections coming from the referees for a couple of crews. But with 7 lanes, there's quite a bit going on here. We've got a lot spread out over this field, just coming up to 750 meters. But let me give you some placements. We saw yesterday a really good performance out of Arizona State, and they're repeating that again in this grand final. They have about a stern advantage right now over Cal Maritime. Cal Maritime looking very strong, sitting with their stern deck on the bow ball of this University boat. Those are your top 3 crews: Arizona State, Cal Maritime, and then Seattle University. Now back to them by open water, it will be Loyola Marymount. Loyola Marymount in 4th, sitting just ahead of Southern Oregon. Southern Oregon sitting with a little bit of open water over UC Irvine, and then back in the final position, it will be Humboldt State. Humboldt State was right in the mix, but then they had a little bit of bobble in their boat and kind of settled down, but they haven't quite recovered from that and are a little bit off the back in 7th place. But they look to be rowing clean. Everything is fine, just not quite able to match the speed of the boats ahead of them right at this point. So nice job here from Arizona State as they maintain a lot of composure, a lot of length, and really high technical ability at the halfway point. It is theirs right now to take as Cal Maritime and Seattle University chase. Also on the outside, keeping your Loyola Marymount University in lane 7.
Well, thank you, Adrian, for that call. This is the men's pair final, ladies and gentlemen. This is a race I'm very familiar with. I've raced pairs, and I know how difficult they are. For those of you new to the sport, there's no coxswain in the boat, and the rowers have to steer the boat either by oar pressure or, in some cases, a steering mechanism attached to the footboards, a cable system that attaches to a rudder behind the boat. So right now, we're continuing to see really good rowing in this event. And again, it's a hard boat to row and a very hard boat to steer. But Arizona State in lane 1 is just looking fantastic here as they come down the course under control between the buoy lines and really maintaining their race pace quite well. In 2nd place, we go to lane number 3. Lane 3 for the men's pair. Seattle University, one of the smaller programs here in the WIRA. They're looking big right now as they're in a silver medal position here for the men's pair. They're just now crossing 1,500 meters. And then in 3rd place, we go to lane 4, Cal Maritime from Vallejo, California. Cal Maritime in that bronze medal position for the men's pair. In 4th place, we go all the way outside to Loyola Marymount, then back inside to Southern Oregon, and then finally the team from Humboldt State in the trailing position. As these boats come into the sprinting area, here's what you got to watch for. When they start to sprint, that's when the steering gets really difficult. So they have to be really smooth on accelerating and stay on their steering as they sprint. Otherwise, one rower could outpull the other and cause a major steering problem. So right now, lane 1, Arizona State, as you see, doing a beautiful job staying in lane 1 in that silver medal position. It's lane number 3, Seattle University. Then outside to Cal Maritime in for the bronze medal position with 200 meters to go. Loyola Marymount on the outside in 4th. Then back inside to UC Irvine for 5th. Then Southern Oregon, and finally Loyola Marymount, and then Southern Oregon. Now look at this finish here. It's going to be a photo finish between Arizona State and Seattle University. Seattle put on a great sprint. Seattle gets it. Seattle gets it right at the line. Wow, what a finish by Seattle University as they took on a great sprint there, held their course, and it looks like they got it. We'll let Aaron make that official call.
The next race will be the women's pair grand final. In lane 1, Southern Oregon University. Lane 2, Humboldt State. Lane 3, California Lightweights. Lane 4, Chapman. And lane 5, Central Oklahoma.
And Cal Maritime.
All right, and we are underway in the grand final for the women's pair. You saw a pretty exciting finish there, right at the finish line in the men's pair, and we won't make any predictions this early on in the race as these ladies progress down the course. Everyone rowing cleanly. Again, just as we saw in the last event with the men's pair, we're going to see a lot of steering corrections coming from the referees. These boats are phenomenally difficult to keep rowing in a straight line. But at this level, quite a few of these athletes use the pair as a primary source of training, especially in the fall. So they've got a lot of time in these small boats. But they are really hard to steer, especially with all the excitement of a start, an excitement of 6 boats straight across. Even though these lanes are buoyed, it's still a daunting task to keep that small boat moving straight. So the way that works is that they're using either pressure on the port side or the starboard side blade. Some of the boats might have a rudder to the foot, so there's a steering mechanism in the boat. But primarily, they're just using the balancing act between the port and starboard side rower to keep the boat going straight. So no more steering corrections coming from the refs. It looks like everyone's back in their lanes and progressing smoothly. So for placement here, I'm going to give the first call for the first place position to Southern Oregon University. Southern Oregon is in lane 1. So they're seated into this race as the top-ranked crew. They are looking very, very clean here as they open up a little bit of open water over Berkeley Lightweights rowing out of lane 4. So Cal Lightweights in lane 4, the second place crew sitting 2 seats over UC Santa Barbara in lane 2. And then in 4th, we're going to move over to the outside lane, that's Central Oklahoma. So still pretty early on, not quite at 750 meters down. There's sure to be a lot of movement as we progress down the course, but those are your top 4 boats. Rounding out the field, it will be dead even between Humboldt State and Chapman University in lane 5. But Southern Oregon, small program, they row on Emigrant Lake up in beautiful Ashland, Oregon. That is a gorgeous spot. If any of you have ever been there, take a trip out to Emigrant Lake. It is a beautiful place, and I would imagine a stunning venue to row. Southern Oregon doing a great job here as they continue to extend their lead out now with 1 full boat length of open water over UC Santa Barbara. Southern Oregon, I have them clocked at 33.5 strokes a minute. Those are some pretty tall girls in that boat too. They're being very aggressive behind the oar and leaving nothing on the table as they approach the halfway point. They still have 1 length of open water between themselves and UC Santa Barbara. UC Santa Barbara also looking very sharp here as they row at 32 strokes a minute. They are still sitting with a bow stern advantage over Cal Lightweights. Cal Lightweights, slight open water lead for them over Central Oklahoma. So back to our 5th and 6th place crews, still not a whole lot of separation between Humboldt State and Chapman, although as I look at the Chapman boat, they're looking to have a little bit of steering problems there as they come back into their lane. We definitely don't want to add any meters onto this course. It's already 2,000 meters is already long enough. So I think they're getting a little bit of correction coming from the refs, but they look to be back in their lanes and rowing cleanly. So in that moment, Humboldt State took advantage. They are solidly in a 5th place position, and Chapman slipping back to 6th.
Rattlesnake Hill, looking through my super high power binoculars, I can see the steering issues going on, and yes, Chapman and Humboldt State both having some steering issues moving around in their lanes, and also UC Santa Barbara in lane 2 kind of bouncing back and forth between the buoy lines there. As Adrian mentioned, that only adds to the length of your race. So a straight line is a fast line, and right now that fast line is coming out of lane 1. Southern Oregon looking like professionals here as they've led the race all the way down, and they continue to have excellent steering, and that really is the key to a small boat race, given that you don't have a coxswain. The rower, the bow seat, has to turn around about every 3rd to 5th stroke, check their course, or work off the buoy line, and Southern Oregon doing a great job of holding their course while the other crews bounce around and only add to their distance. So as we pass 1,250 meters It is Southern Oregon with an open water advantage over the remaining from Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara in that second place position. In third place, the Cal Lightweights, but they are being closely chased by Central Oklahoma on the outside. Central Oklahoma down bow to stern behind the Cal Lightweights. So they're in fourth, but they could move into a third place and medaling position. Humboldt State and Chapman continue to trail. Humboldt in fifth, Chapman in sixth, as these women's pairs now touch the 1,500-meter line. Southern Oregon getting steered just a little bit now by the referee, as is Santa Barbara. But again, Southern Oregon doing the best job here of all these pairs coming down. They continue in the lead and continue to take a little bit more of open water. Having coached pairs myself, I can tell you they're doing a great job, and I'm pretty impressed. Santa Barbara continues to hold on to that silver medal position. They're rowing a little bit longer and more powerfully than the Cal Lights. The Cal Lights are looking at a very serious threat from Central Oklahoma in lane 6. So Central Oklahoma in lane 6 is only about 3 strokes away from pulling even with third place California. Southern Oregon in the lead, 250 meters to go. Santa Barbara in second place for the women's pairs. And now Central Oklahoma overtaking California by about a deck for that third place position. Remember, folks, when these crews sprint, that's when it gets crazy. So let's keep an eye on it here as they come into the last 20 strokes. Look across to lane 6. That's Central Oklahoma overtaking Cal in the middle of the lanes. Southern Oregon for the gold, Santa Barbara for the silver, and right now still Central Oklahoma for the bronze as the women's pairs come to the finish line. Humboldt in 5th, Chapman in 6th. And here comes the gold medal for Southern Oregon, a new program. What a great race for them. Come to the line.
That was the finish for the women's pairs grand final. Unofficially for the women's pair grand final. Central Oklahoma with the bronze, UC Santa Barbara with the silver, and the winners for the women's pair grand final, Southern Oregon University. Our next race will be the men's double sculls grand final. In lane 1, Long Beach State. Lane 2, Humboldt State. Lane 3, Seattle University. Lane 4, the University of Puget Sound. Lane 5, Menlo College. And lane 6, UC Irvine. The next race, the men's double sculls grand final.
Southern Oregon will bring you to the beach up here. UCSB, you can follow them.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're looking at the grand final for the men's double. For those of you who might be new to the sport of rowing, there might not be many of you out there, but for parents and spectators alike, the difference here between the double and the pair, the double, each oarsman has a port and a starboard side oar. Oars are a little bit smaller, but again, a high level of technical efficiency that's required to move these boats well, to move these boats straight. And at this point in the grand final, all boats doing really well with that. So not as many course corrections. We're not going to see that coming out of the officials as much as we saw in the pair, which I think is a little bit harder of a boat to row. But right now, as we approach 500 meters gone, what we're looking at is a really nice move here by the team from Long Beach State. So they are out of lane 1. They have a bow to stern advantage over lane 2, Humboldt State. Both of these top 2 boats moving themselves out to 1 length over the rest of the field. Now the next crew that is also progressing really well is lane 5, Menlo. Yesterday I mentioned that Menlo College is a brand new team they have a brand new collegiate team, so this is their first year of practice and competition. So the fact that they have made it into a grand final at the WIRA Championships is really a testament to their coaching and to the dedication of these oarsmen. This is the only boat that Menlo College has entered, and right now they're doing a great job progressing down the course, and they have actually moved themselves into that second place position, overtaking Humboldt State. So Humboldt State slipping back to 3rd, but not by much. So top 3 boats, Long Beach State, Menlo College, and then Humboldt State. A little bit of open water back to Humboldt State. Our 4th place crew will be Seattle University. They are actually the defending champions in this event. So we've seen a lot change over the course of a year as we've got some different teams that enter the men's double. We had a couple of heats that progressed to this grand final. So a little bit more depth in the sculling competition. But Seattle University doing a fine job. They're in the 4th place position right now. They're sitting just ahead of Puget Sound. And in the 6th place spot, it will be UC Irvine. And Humboldt State is answering that call to Menlo's charge. So we are just sitting just before the 1,000-meter line, and Humboldt State's moved themselves back into that 2nd place position. And then relative speed between Long Beach State and Humboldt really hasn't changed all that much. So Humboldt State definitely still within contact to that Long Beach boat. They're sitting just off of the stern deck of Long Beach as they approach 1,000 meters to go. Menlo College also doing a fine job sitting just off of the stern deck of Humboldt's boat. They are in 3rd, but they're watching an advance from Seattle University. So just past 1,000 meters, Seattle University on the chase right behind Menlo College. Behind them, it will be Puget Sound, followed by UC Irvine.
Well, Adrian, I agree with you. This is a slightly easier boat to row, but it's still, well, to steer, but it does take a high level of skill to row it. And I know that you've coached a lot of doubles, and as have I, so this is certainly an event that requires that sort of ability. And we're seeing great sculling coming out of all these programs. Another nice thing to see at this level is that the college programs that offer sculling, it's attractive to a lot of the junior recruits because a lot of juniors also scull at the junior level. So it's nice to be able to move up and either do sweep or sculling at the collegiate level. And we hope to see it grow perhaps also into the men's quad event over time. So right now, as you heard from Adrian, lane 1, Long Beach, continuing in the lead. They're followed closely by lane number 2, Humboldt State. A lot of great sculling out of the Long Beach area, the Olympic Memorial Stadium down there. The Olympics coming back there in 2010. So a lot of sculling and a lot of masters and coaches down there, all with sculling experience. I'm sure they're helping Long Beach here because they look golden right now as they approach 1,500 meters. Humboldt in lane 2, they're down about bow to stern behind Long Beach. They have open water over the 3rd place team from Seattle University. Seattle has now overtaken the remaining field to move into the bronze medal position. Seattle is the defending champion. They're still in a medaling position at this point. We then go outside to lane number 5. That's Menlo College, as you heard Adrian say, brand new school in the WIRA League, and here they are in a grand final. They row out of the Redwood City, California area, and here they are in the grand final, so congratulations to them. We then go back to Puget Sound, and then UC Irvine for the trailing 2 positions. Come into the spectator area, lane 1, Long Beach continues to lead. Long Beach continues to lead, holding off Humboldt State. Humboldt State holding off Seattle University, the defending champions, in lane 3. So it's Long Beach, Humboldt, Seattle University. Those are the top 3 teams here for the men's doubles, followed by Menlo College, and then back to Puget Sound and Irvine. 200 meters to go, and the Long Beach men could have a medal, but Humboldt State now making a charge. Humboldt State pushing up. Humboldt State now only down a deck. 100 meters to go, and Humboldt still getting closer. It's now dead even. It's dead even. Humboldt, Long Beach, Humboldt, Long Beach. Who's got their blades in the water? Humboldt still moving. Humboldt still taking water. It's Humboldt. Humboldt 3 strokes, and they got it. Humboldt gets it. Wow, what a turnaround. It looks like Humboldt got it over Long Beach. We'll let Aaron make that call.
Yeah! Humboldt!
That's awesome. That's awesome.
That way to pick that. Holy crap. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, see? Just like that.
Is the first one win?
Humboldt.
It was Humboldt.
The black
Congratulations.
one. Yeah. Oh, it was. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Humboldt!
Humboldt, Long Beach, and Seattle. Go ahead and bring it to the beach on this side here.
Unofficially, the results for the men's double sculls grand final,
And we're bringing it to the beach right over here.
with the bronze was Seattle University. With the silver, Long Beach State with a time of 7:06.19. And the winners for the men's double, Humboldt State University with a winning time of 7:05.962.
Like this!
Our next race will be the women's doubles.
Job!
In lane 1, Stanford. Lane 2, Loyola Marymount. Lane 3, UC Davis. Lane 4, Humboldt State. Lane 5, UC Santa Barbara. And lane 6, Long Beach State. The women's double sculls now underway. We turn it over to Adrian for the race call.
Good job, guys. Hey, you gotta want it. Outstanding. Yeah, boys.
Yeah.
All right, we are moving towards 500 meters gone in the women's grand final, the grand final of the women's double. We've got 6 boats on the water, all these boats rowing quite well. Definitely seeing some experience coming out of these boats in terms of sculling. I am willing to bet that quite a few had some sculling experience in their junior days. And right now you're seeing that with the Stanford lightweights as well as Loyola Marymount. So Stanford had a great start. It was Loyola and Stanford dead even with each other for the first 250, but then Stanford made a push and has moved themselves out to a couple of seats of open water over Loyola Marymount. So Stanford looking great, rowing at 34 strokes a minute. I've got Loyola clocked at 35, and all boats now past 500 meters gone. In the third place position, we're going to move over to lane 3. That will be UC Davis. They are sitting about bow to stern over both Humboldt State and UC Santa Barbara that are dead even with each other. Long Beach State a little bit off the back, rowing out of lane 6. They are down by a couple of lengths of open water to both UC Santa Barbara and Humboldt State. It is Stanford Lights coming across 750 meters gone, looking to extend their lead out to several lengths. So they are not backing down at all. They are rowing very aggressively, very cleanly, and now have 2 lengths of open water over Loyola Marymount. Now, same for Loyola. They are looking at about 3 lengths of open water over their next closest competitor, which is UC Davis. We're getting some course corrections here for a couple of boats out on the course. They are trying to make it back into their lane, but again, as we saw in the previous races, you don't want to come out of your lane because that's just adding some distance onto your race, to your 2,000 meters, and we don't want to do that. So looks like that crew has come back into their lane, and all is well. So UC Davis in third, Humboldt State slipped back just a little bit, and Long Beach State took advantage of that, or excuse me, that would be UC Santa Barbara took advantage of that and are sitting just 1 seat over Humboldt State. So Humboldt in 5th, and then Long Beach in 6th. Stanford Lights approaching 1,000 meters to go. They've dropped their stroke rating down to 32 strokes a minute. They have a distinct advantage in being able to look down the whole rest of the course at their competitors, and right now they are looking golden along the shoreline as they execute this race plan with confidence and poise, followed by Loyola Marymount, also a great looking crew, very, very clean, just not matching the speediness of that Stanford lightweight boat. UC Davis as well, they're all by themselves there. Lots of open water in front and behind as they can look down and see that they're not really being threatened at this point in the race by anybody. UC Santa Barbara sitting bow to stern over Humboldt State, Humboldt in 5th, and Long Beach State continuing in 6th. Really spread out here in this field as we come past 1,000 meters.
Well, Adrian, thank you for that call here for the women's double grand final. And folks, as you heard, the leaders, Stanford lightweight women, because they're out in front so far, they have that ability to watch the entire field. And when you have that advantage, you can see if another boat is making a move on you. So it makes it even harder for a trailing boat to move up and try to take away your position. So the Stanford lightweight women here, as we saw them earlier today in their bigger boat races, they're just rowing very cleanly, very smoothly, and in total control of their race. They look comfortable, long, strong, and relaxed with very nice blade work. And for a small boat, that's a big statement because they're not easy to row. So their open water lead continues to grow. Right now, they've got at least 6 boat lengths of open water between themselves and Loyola Marymount in second place. Loyola in second. They're behind Stanford. Stanford just now hitting 1,500 meters. Loyola is still working their way there. Third place continues to be UC Davis. They're back about 5 boat lengths of open water behind Loyola, so it's very spread out, as you heard Adrian say. Then we go to lane number 5, Santa Barbara. They're in that 4th place position, and then behind them by open water is Humboldt State, and then trailing Long Beach State on the outside. So this almost looks like a parade, folks, as this event comes to a finish. You'll see one boat at a time come into view. The first will be the Stanford Lightweights, and they are the leaders and have been all the way down the course. And then the second boat that will come into view, just like a parade, will be Loyola Marymount from the Southern California, Los Angeles area. They will have that silver medal position. And then the third boat coming into view will be UC Davis from just across the causeway, my alma mater there, UC Davis. And then outside to Santa Barbara, that 4th place position, followed by Humboldt State and Long Beach State. So great to see sculling at this level. Great to see the Stanford women, the Loyola women, and the Davis women make it look so easy. As they come to the line, we'll let Aaron make that final call as the women's doubles now finish with Stanford lightweight women again looking golden.
Unofficially, those were the Stanford lightweight women coming in first for the gold for the women's doubles. Loyola Marymount takes the silver. And UC Davis will take the bronze. Fourth will go to UC Santa Barbara, 5th to Humboldt State, and 6th to Long Beach State. That was the unofficial finish results for the women's double sculls. Next up, 2 minutes to start, is the men's Novice 4 Grand Final. In Lane 1, Arizona State. Lane 2, Santa Clara. Lane 3, San Diego. Lane 4, Cal Maritime. Lane 5, Loyola Marymount University. And Lane 6, UC Irvine. Next race, the men's Novice 4.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're getting near the final races of the day here at the WIRA Championships, but they are no less exciting as we see the grand final for the men's novice 4 come towards the first 500 meters gone. We've got 6 boats on the course, and right now we're seeing a big push and jump coming out of the gates from Loyola Marymount. Loyola Marymount really off to a hot start. They've got a full length advantage over the next closest competitor, which is really hard to tell right now between lanes 2, 3, and 6. So Santa Clara, University of San Diego, and UC Irvine all locked in a battle for that 2nd, 3rd, or 4th place position. Moving over to the 5th place spot will be lane 1, Arizona State. They are sitting with 1 seat over lane 4, Cal Maritime. So the race to watch right now is between Santa Clara, University of San Diego, and UC Irvine for that 2nd, 3rd, or 4th place position. But Loyola definitely with a big surge within this first 500. All crews now approaching 750 meters gone. Got Loyola Marymount clocked at 34.5 strokes a minute. They are really doing a fine job with the blade work, with the rhythm. They don't look to be frantic, so, you know, I don't think that that first 500 was a fluke with this team. They really are executing quite well, but now what they've got to watch is to make sure that they have enough in the tank for that 3rd 500. Right now, Loyola is still holding on to a lead, bow to stern, over Santa Clara. Santa Clara moving themselves solidly into the 2nd place position. They look to be a little bit more patient, perhaps a little bit more poised, so we'll wait to see what happens at the halfway marker. So Santa Clara in 2nd, they are sitting 3 seats over University of San Diego. USD is looking at about a stern advantage over UC Irvine, so UC Irvine in 4th, UC Irvine with 3 seats over Cal Maritime 2 seats over Arizona State. At the halfway point, here we go, it's Loyola Marymount. They're looking to see if they can move up and regain a little bit of that open water over Santa Clara, but Santa Clara very patient there in lane 2. We're going to keep an eye on them and see if they can hunt down Loyola as we get into the meat of this 3rd 500.
Well, Adrian, I've been taking stroke rates here, and that Santa Clara boat is more patient. As you said, they're at a 33 stroke per minute rating, whereas the Loyola Marymount boat is at 35.5, 36. So that puts them at a slight disadvantage coming into that 3rd 500, as Santa Clara could bump the rate and take water. So the question is, will the coxswain call it? Will they make that move? Because Santa Clara is in a position to do it, but right now Loyola still continues to hold on to the lead. It's Loyola, Santa Clara, and then University of San Diego, and then a race tightening up between lanes 1, Arizona State, lane 4, Cal Maritime, and lane 5, UC Irvine. Now, lane 1, Arizona State, moving up away from the Cal Lights, or Cal Maritime, excuse me. So lane 1 is now really taking on the race here and challenging for a medal, not from the leader, but from the 2nd and 3rd place boats. So University of San Diego, got to watch out. Now move. We got a move by Santa Clara. Santa Clara taking water. Santa Clara now almost pulling even with Loyola. We told you that could happen, and it's happening. They are pushing the rate a little bit more, and it looks like it's going to be close at 1,500. Slight advantage still to Loyola, but Santa Clara on the move. Santa Clara on the move and could take this race away from Loyola, the Lions of Loyola, who've held on to the lead for 1,500 meters. University of San Diego continues in 3rd for the men's novice 4s. Arizona State in lane 1, taking on Cal Maritime for 4th, and trailing is Irvine. And folks, that's it. Santa Clara has taken over. They just squeaked ahead of Loyola Marymount. Novice 4 is now turning around with Loyola moving into the lead, Santa Clara moving into the lead ahead of Loyola as we come into the last 300 meters. but it's still very close. Loyola could take it, Santa Clara could take it. It's Santa Clara by about a seat right now. University of San Diego still in third, Arizona State in fourth, Irvine now taking on Cal Maritime for fifth. Santa Clara starting to walk away. Santa Clara came up from behind and took this away from Loyola, but Loyola trying hard to make their last 10 strokes matter. We're going to give it to Aaron at the finish line. Will it be Santa Clara or Loyola for the men's novice fours?
It's coming down to the wire here. Unofficially, Santa Clara, followed by Loyola Marymount. And the University of San Diego for the bronze. That was our photo finish, the men's novice 4 grand final. We have 3 events left for the second day of the 2019 WIRA Championships, and that will be the women's novice 4 grand final. 7 boats in this race. Lane 1, the University of Puget Sound. Lane 2, Pacific Lutheran. Lane 3, Seattle Pacific. Lane 4, the University of Puget Sound. Lane 5, Loyola Marymount. Lane 6, the University of San Diego. And Lane 7, Arizona State. The unofficial top 3 finishers for the men's novice 4 grand final. With the bronze medal, the University of San Diego. With the silver medal, Loyola Marymount with a time of 6:50.904. And the winners, Santa Clara University with a time of 6:49.582.
And LMU, you bring it closer to the beach, but we'll find a spot for you in just a second.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at one of the last grand finals here. This for the women in the Novice 4. We've got 7 boats on the course, and all boats looking really good here and solid as we approach 500 meters. We've got a lot of overlap, not a whole lot of separation quite yet. And it's anyone's game as we approach this first 500 meters, but I'm going to give a slight advantage to lane 5, Loyola Marymount. We saw that in the previous race with their men's Novice 4. They jumped out to an early lead, and they're doing that here in the women's boat. So 4 seats right now over the rest of the field for Loyola Marymount. But then if I'm going to call a second place crew, I really can't do it because I'm looking at 4 boats straight across actually 5 boats straight across that are really, really close to each other. So not a distinct advantage at this point early on. It's clear that Loyola is our leader, but we've got 5 boats straight across that are all within the mix. A little bit off the back, it will be down in lane 1. They are in the 7th place position, down by a bit of open water, so just not able to match the speed of this pack of boats racing. So just past 500 meters in, I am going to call a second place crew just by a slight margin, and that's going to go to lane 3, Seattle Pacific.
Go, UFC, go!
The Seattle Pacific sitting in second place just by a half of a bow deck over lane 1, over lane 2, Pacific Lutheran. Pacific Lutheran sitting maybe 1 seat over lane 6, San Diego. That's the University of San Diego. So University of San Diego looking like they have a 4th place position. Then dropping back just a little ways, it will be lane 4, University of Portland. They're in 5th, followed by Arizona State in lane 7. A little bit of confusion there, though, with 7 boats across. I will call placement again. I'm going to give them about another 10 strokes to shake out, as there is certain to be a little bit more separation as we come to the halfway point. But Loyola not slowing down at all. They now have an open water lead over the rest of the field. Seattle Pacific still doing a fine job there in the 2nd place position, so they've moved themselves out a little bit farther away from other crews, but right on their heels it will be the University of San Diego. So I can definitely call the top 3 right now. Loyola followed by Seattle Pacific with University of San Diego chasing. This is the halfway point. The 4th place crew will be Pacific Lutheran. They have a 4-seat advantage over University of Portland, and then University of Portland bow to stern over Arizona State. Puget Sound continuing in 7th.
Well, I love the unisuits of that team in lane 2, Pacific Lutheran. Bright green. I can see those from all the way up here on top of Rattlesnake Hill, standing out like a beautiful sore thumb, except they're not looking sore. They're looking pretty fast right now as they continue to move up on the field. The leader continues to be who Adrian mentioned, Loyola Marymount, the Lions of Loyola here. They came charging out of the gate, and they have yet to give up much water to the field as they continue in that gold medal position at 1,250 meters. The Women's Novice 4 event, this is not an easy boat to row for novices, and yet they're doing quite a good job here. So you're looking at good novices here coming down the course. Now, Seattle Pacific continues in that 2nd place position, but hot on their heels is lane number 6, University of San Diego, and right behind them chasing is that team with the great unis, Pacific Lutheran in lane 2. The University of Portland further back behind these boats, followed then by Arizona State, and then trailing University of Puget Sound. So as we hit the 3rd 500 meters, the pack on the trailing side continues to spread out, but on the front end, it tightens up. So here we go. We're about to hit 1,500. I'll be back shortly with that call. And first across is Loyola. And now it looks to be University of San Diego overtaking Seattle Pacific for the silver, Seattle Pacific for the bronze, and then 4th place Pacific Lutheran, and then back to University of Portland, followed by Arizona State, and then Puget Sound. So the dark horse crew on the outside, University of San Diego, they are the boat. Them and Seattle Pacific are the close race here, while Loyola continues in the lead now with about 2 to 3 seats of open water over the second and third place boat. University of San Diego, they know that Seattle Pacific is right there, and they definitely are a threat. So they're trying to get a little bit more water behind them before they go into their sprinting mode. It's Loyola, University of San Diego, Seattle Pacific for the bronze, Pacific Lutheran for fourth, Portland for fifth, Arizona State for sixth. Loyola has dominant, and now as they come into the last 20 strokes, they've got a real threat on their hands. It's still Loyola. Loyola still with about a seat, about a deck. It's getting closer. It's getting closer. Now San Diego really charging. It's now dead even. It's dead even. I can't make the call. We'll let Aaron let us know, but that third place boat, wow. Aaron, it's all yours. That was a photo finish. We'll let Aaron race. It was that.
As we heard from Bob, a very exciting finish that came down to the wire for the Women's Novice 4 Grand Final. The photo finish is being reviewed. We'll let you know the results shortly.
Moving to the award speech, Seattle Pacific, Loyola Marymount, and San Diego.
Next to the last race of the day is currently on the course and approaching 500 meters gone. This is the men's lightweight Novice 4 Grand Final. We've got Sonoma State in lane 1, Chico State in lane 2, UC Santa Barbara in lane 3, and Long Beach State in lane 4. And right now, your leader very early on in this event will be Sonoma State. Sonoma State sitting bow to stern over UC Santa Barbara. UC Santa Barbara 3 seats over both Chico State and Long Beach State. Very close between Long Beach State and Chico State for that 3rd or 4th place position. All boats just shy of 500 meters to go. Sonoma State doing a great job here, inching themselves a little farther away from the remaining 3 boats.
Women's Novice 4, Seattle Pacific, Loyola Marymount, and University of San Diego. Please bring it to the award speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, the unofficial results for the women's Novice 4 Grand Final that came down to a photo finish. With the bronze medal, Seattle Pacific University. With the silver medal, the University of San Diego with a time of 7:41.013. And the winners, Loyola Marymount University with a time of 7:40.935. Congratulations, Loyola Marymount takes it for the women's Novice 4 Grand Final. We turn it over back to Bob and Adrian for the race call as the men's lightweight Novice 4s continue down the course.
Seattle Pacific, if you guys want to bring it up, go ahead and bring it on up to the beach here.
Well, thank you, Adrian, for that latest call here as we come into the second 1,000 meters of one of the last 2 races of the day. This is the men's Novice Lightweight 4. So these are all lightweight rowers, 155 pounds maximum, and they're in their first year of collegiate rowing. The leader is Sonoma State. Sonoma State continues in lane 1 to be in the lead, followed by lane 3, UC Santa Barbara, and then lane 4, Long Beach, in that bronze medal position. But that Long Beach and Santa Barbara race is actually getting closer and tighter as they come down the course. In the trailing position in 4th place is Chico State. They are behind Santa Barbara and Long Beach by about 2 boat lengths of open water as we now approach 1,250 meters into the race. But the leader, Sonoma State, rowing like a rocket down the course. They've held the lead. They still have it, and we'll see if they continue to hold it at 1,500. But again, Sonoma, Santa Barbara, and Long Beach in that order for the men's Novice Lightweight 4. Boy, I can hear the coxswains barking at their crews from all the way up here on top of Rattlesnake Hill. And one of those coxswains is in a Long Beach boat, and he has worked his boat up even with Santa Barbara. So that puts them almost in the silver medal position, but it's still Sonoma State first across the line for that gold medal position. These are Novice 4s, and they're lightweight Novice 4s. So you're looking at a very high strength to weight advantage as these rowers come down the course. Now the Long Beach coxswain, his barking and pushing has resulted now sorry folks, a leaf hopper flew right into my mouth. We've got Long Beach in the lead, not in the lead, but in the silver medal position. It's Sonoma, Long Beach, and Santa Barbara now falling back to 3rd. Fourth place continues to be Chico State, but the turnaround here was that Dark Horse crew from Long Beach, as they were patient, sitting right next to or right behind Santa Barbara. They made their move right before 1500, and now they're up into that silver medal position to bring home yet another medal for their program. But they're still chasing Sonoma State. That Sonoma State Novice Lightweight 4 has a beautiful long stroke, really relaxed, a little bit more relaxed and longer than Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara is still down by open water. We're now almost 5 seats up. Excuse me, Long Beach 5 seats up on Santa Barbara for the silver. So Aaron, you make the call as the men's novice 4s come to the finish line.
Alright, making our way to the award speech, Sonoma State, Long Beach State, and UC Santa Barbara.
We are getting ready for the last race of the day, the last race of the weekend at the 2019 WIRA Rowing Championships. That will be the Women's Lightweight Novice 4 Grand Final. A 3-boat race with UC Irvine in Lane 1, Lewis and Clark College in Lane 2, and UC Davis in Lane 3. The winner for the previous race, the men's lightweight novice 4 grand finals, was Long Beach State.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are now in progress with the final race of the day for the WIRA Championships for 2019. You can't ask for better racing conditions than this. It's glassy water, temperature is perfect, and these novice lightweight women are making the best of it as they approach the first 500 meters gone. We have 3 boats on the water, UC Irvine in lane 1, Lewis and Clark in lane 2, and UC Davis in lane 3. And from my vantage point, UC Irvine has a very slight advantage over Davis, but not by much. I mean, it's inches as they're just shy of the first 500 meters. Lewis and Clark down to both of those crews by just a little bit of open water. So top 2 boats are super close to each other, Irvine and Davis. Irvine, as we have seen, is very strong in the novice events, and they're doing a great job here as they come past the first 500 meters. Davis, though, right with them.
And so the final race of the day comes down the course, ladies and gentlemen. These are the women's novice lightweight 4s, each rower at a maximum weight of 130 pounds, so a high strength to weight advantage. And we're seeing the lead boat, that's Irvine. Well, Irvine is trading places with Davis. So UC Davis and Irvine back and forth here. The Irvine boat at a slightly lower stroke rate of about a 32.5, 33. Davis slightly higher at about a 34.5. So what we're seeing is, as they trade places, are the crews going to adjust their stroke rate a lot or stick to their race plan? In the trailing position, Lewis and Clark, they're back now about 3 boat lengths of open water from these crews. So only 3 boats on the course, all women's novice lightweight 4s, now approaching 1,250 meters. But those leaders keep trading places. Irvine, and I'll make the call here shortly from the top of the hill, but slight advantage is going to go to Davis at this point, I believe, as they approach 1,500. Irvine in lane 1 really rowing a long stroke here, swinging hard to bow and trying to get as much as they can out of every stroke. They continue to have a really great race here with Davis as they approach 1,500 meters now. The Davis boat is rowing a shorter stroke, the Irvine boat a longer stroke, so it's worked for both crews. They're used to rowing this way on their own individually, so the question is, in the last 500 here, which will prevail, the longer stroke or the shorter stroke as they come into the last 500? But they're about to hit those markers in about 10 strokes. We'll give you that call then. And it's still really close, but now a slight advantage to lane 1, UC Irvine for the women's novice lightweight 4. They've got about a deck on UC Davis in lane 3. Trailing continues to be Lewis and Clark in the bronze medal position, but it's Irvine along the shore with the longer stroke, working to their advantage as they come into the spectator area. Final race of the day, folks, so give a shout out for your teams here as we wrap it up for the 2019 WIRA Championships here at Lake Natoma. Women's novice lightweight 4s are going to bring it to a conclusion. And right now, Irvine, UC Irvine from Southern California, looking golden here as they work ever so slightly ahead of UC Davis, one stroke at a time. Now they've bumped their rate up. They're still staying long, rowing very nicely, and Irvine now has an open water advantage over UC Davis, with Lewis and Clark trailing in third. Aaron, you make the call here as the final race comes to the line. Folks, thanks for coming. We wish you all a safe trip. We'll see you next year. And give a shout out to the novice women's lightweight 4 as they come to the line.
Thank you, Bob and Adrian, for an excellent day of announcing. And here's the finish for our final race of the WIRA Championship weekend. And that goes to UC Irvine with the gold. UC Davis for the silver. And Lewis and Clark, as they finish up, will take third place. That was the finish for the women's lightweight Novice 4 Grand Final. Coaches, athletes, friends, and spectators, thank you again for an excellent 2019 WIRA Rowing Championships here at Lake Natoma and Rancho Cordova. Once again, a special thank you to the Sacramento State Aquatic Center, Brian and Sydney Dolgar, and the rest of the staff for having such an excellent venue and regatta experience. A couple public service announcements.